Hello. Hi. I kind of forgot that wasn't like a sound on at OBS, and I was like, why the fuck is it still playing? I'm smart. Hi. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing great today. I need to check something real quick though, now that I'm talking. So last time I added captions and I was told that wasn't really picking it up. I don't know if it's picking it up at all because you see, the great thing about captions, I decided to change it to a different source and that source is muted, so I don't know if it'll work. Fun times, you know. Fun. Truly. A great time. But I'm really excited for today because today we're gonna be playing some Plague Tale, which I haven't played in a long time. Last stream we played it a little bit, but that's really it. It was fun. Okay, I can't see. Okay, that's fine. I hope everyone's doing well today. It is a Monday. Mondays suck, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Cute. Making sure everything's correct. I did check before my stream, but I had to double check because I'm like, I don't want to fuck things up. I also finally actually turned them on. I didn't have them on before. And it's because of the fact that before... Oh, shit. Before, it was, dim because I had to put in new batteries, so it wasn't working. But it's fine. I fixed it. We're fine today. I'm happy about it. Okay. You know what I should do eventually? I should go to, I should get a Switch eventually and stream it because I was like, y'all love Kirby. And I was like, you know what would be the best fucking thing if I streamed a new Kirby game? But, I don't have a Switch, so I can't do that. If I did, I very much would. But I don't. Sadly. That's fine. Another thing. I actually left the house. I touched grass. It was gross. I hated it. Don't recommend ever to do that. It sucked. Kidding. Kinda. Grass part, yes. What I actually went out to do, I actually didn't mind. If you follow me on Twitter, I went out to eat at a diner. We went to eat somewhere else, but then they were closed, so. Because I went to eat with someone, it was really nice. I also did freckles today. I made a mistake doing it. I accidentally broke it, the thing I used. So, I can't use it again until I replace it. Whoops. My bad. My bad. I did not mean to do that, to be fair, but hey. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, I'm happy that I changed the lighting. So beforehand, I would have my lighting, like the settings for my camera, I would have it be like more red and it looked bad. And so I put it back to my original settings and it looks better now. I don't know why, but it like made my stream look so fucking bad. I don't. I mean, okay, so sometimes it looked fine, but other times it's like, ugh, not good. It's okay though. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, I do think we will get into the game. I need to close stuff. And, we'll do that. Play an Animal Crossing music because Animal Crossing sexy. Okay. Let's open the game. I don't know. Don't we encounter rats today? Cause gross. Also, I need to close my door. Hold on. I don't like rats. I say this, and then I play a fucking rat game. But I don't like them. They make me uncomfortable. Ew, rats. Disgusting. Oh yeah, let me close Discord. I kind of forgot to do that. I will be honest. My bad. Okay. Will it? Thank you. Shit. Last stream I noticed that where my camera is bad, but I'm not gonna change it. Because I don't want to, and there's nowhere else I could put it. It actually looks good in the corner, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's a New York City simulator. This is true. Hi, Chan. How are you? Sorry. This is so fucking loud in my ears. And it's not even like... It's because of the fucking music. The music in every single game, I swear to God. Why is it like... so fucking loud? It's like, oh yeah, let's make it so you can't even hear yourself. Hell yeah! I'm glad you don't have anything to do for college. That's exciting.
Is he the one who knows where Laurentius is?
It has to be him. It has to.
I will be honest, I feel like my graphics, I should change something. Okay, first of all, I had this at Ultra. Okay, thanks. Second of all, this is fucking rude. Do I have to restart my game? It doesn't say. It's like, oh yeah, I don't know if I have to restart my game or not. Is it one of those games where it's okay? The only kid in it I don't want to sacrifice? Fact. I'm confused. Did it change? See, I updated my graphics card, so then it changes like all my game settings, and I really hope it didn't do that for Inquisition. If it did for Inquisition, I'm gonna scream because I have to fucking fix so much shit for that game. For the graphics. I'm gonna just be safe and I'm gonna restart. How are you, Con? Yeah, Plague Egg Chicken Innocence. You know, that's my favorite type of game, you know? The Soul Simulator. Chasing Solus? No, we're cracking Solus's eggs. He has a lot of chicken. Sorry! That was dumb. I'm good. Hopefully that fixed it. Birdoo. Tired. Feel that, dude. You know, last stream? I wish I started at 2 last stream because here's my thing, okay? I legit started at like 12, and because of that, I was so fucking tired the whole fucking stream. I'm smart. I almost pressed the wrong fucking keybind. I think it's fine now. I don't know why I was on low. That was cringe.
Is he the one who knows where Laurentius is?
It has to be him. It has to.
Don't we meet rats here? Oh, they've broken everything.
What's going on here?
Perhaps they're building bigger beds?
I don't think that's it.
Yeah, they're definitely building something. I'd say a death pit personally. That's what I'm guessing. Probably like a pit of death. It's about right.
I know that smell.
Medicinal herbs. The monks must have put them in the water to purify themselves. Mother used to do the same.
Bitch, what the fuck? Ah, gotta pure themselves from them chickens. You know? Gotta pure yourself from that, Kirby chicken, you know? Also, by the way, I added a new Kirby emote.
Flowers.
Oh,
They're so pretty. They're carnations. We had some in my herbarium, but those ones are prettier.
Hugo, we have to keep moving.
Wait, come here.
What?
It will protect you.
Oh.
And this pretty
All right.
tree. Now we can go.
Thank you, Hugo.
You're welcome.
They're so fucking. That's so adorable. Furby mo. I could actually buy one if I wanted, but I'm not gonna do that. I do want to commission an emote of my Inquisitor hugging a Nug from Dragon Age Inquisition. Yeah, actually, Con, I can buy a at least one part right now. I could afford a what's it called? A power supply. Either one of them. I just haven't decided which one I want to get. Cause I'm like, should I get the one that's easy? Or the one that will work the best? That's the real question.
You again. I told you to
Just a
leave.
Oh look, he
Just
looks
you
like a
have no
mock,
idea.
bro.
Leave while you still can.
Please, someone has to help us.
Shit,
Do it
what's
for
this
him at
called?
least.
Yes. I don't know.
The Robert de Rune, coat of
We
arms.
are his children. We are looking for Laurentius, the doctor. Do you know him?
Yes, yes, I
Is
know
that
him.
important?
And I know he used to look after your family. He spoke of you. I am Father Thomas. Your presence here is not a good sign.
The Inquisition. They came and they...
Shut the fuck up!
I can imagine.
Are you
But what is
shit?
happening here is far
Am I
worse.
really playing two
must
games
leave
right now where there's an
immediately, or you will
Inquisition?
die.
Father, the villagers wanted to kill us.
Oh, they're mad.
Yeah,
They're
Con,
mad.
but I want to get a new one anyways, because I want to get a stream deck.
No,
I wanna be able to
cannot
run
leave the
that.
Church, but an exit through the crypt of the Three Saints. It may not be too late.
I'm
I
literally
shall try
playing
to put you on the
two
path to
games now
Laurentius'
where
farm.
there's a fucking
After that,
Inquisition.
may God watch over you.
I mean, one is good and one is bad, though.
Also
There's a
come.
difference.
Come.
Ah. Con, though, I don't think, I think mine's at like 300 or 400. I really should get a
Why
new
are
one.
there crosses on the village doors? Is it really the plague?
It started with bites.
Yeah,
During the
but
night.
uses power.
Then the sickness spread. First in families, then to everyone. Fever, boils. People started dying.
Oh.
And when we finally found
Fun.
out where it came from, why, it was already too late.
And where did it come from?
We're nearly there.
He's not answering the question. He's like, I don't want these kids
Brother
getting
Morel should be here.
involved.
We are the last two remaining.
When I do upgrade it, though, I'm gonna,
Brother Morel, stay here.
what's it called? Clean my PC.
Brother Morel.
Does it? Yeah, I think it does. I don't know. I would rather be safe and just get a better one, though, anyways. What's happening? Oh.
What is the matter? Father?
Uh-oh.
No.
No! Quick! The light!
Father, no!
The light!
Oh, I don't like this. Please. Oh!
Eat him, Amicia! They ate him!
Oh!
They come from.
Yeah, the
How can
fuck
there be
they
so
did. Is he okay? I don't know. He looks a little dead.
Light. They're scared of the light.
Hey, you bitches, get the fuck away from me.
Nightmare.
We have to get back outside, Amicia!
I know. Keep moving.
Yeah, that's why I'm going more in.
It's a monk. The other brother. We're going to have to climb up. I'll have to put the torch down.
No, please!
Calm down. There's a torch holder. We'll still have light.
But then what?
We'll find something.
He's just cuddling the chicken. Oh no. I'm fucked.
I don't understand why there are so many of them. Fire. We need some fire.
I don't like this. I don't like
We have
rats.
to
Go
hurry.
away! Shoo! Go away!
Calm down, Hugo. The light will protect us, all right?
Yeah, for like 5 seconds. And then we're
So that's the way.
fucked.
Rats. The priest spoke of a way out through the crypt.
I'm gonna fucking die.
Amicia! The 3 statues!
The crypt of the Three Saints. It's the exit the father spoke of. Oh, we have to find another way. I'll give you a hand.
Yes?
Yo, I don't like this. I don't like rats. They make me very uncomfortable.
They've eaten them all!
Try not to look. We can't do anything for them now.
It's horrible!
Ew! Yeah, they're cute.
Climb up.
Alright.
You did not just call them cute. You wanna hug them? Hey, Chan, do you have a rat kink? I mean, I won't judge much. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Yes?
Wait. Yeah, sorry, Con. We're not on your level. My bad. I don't know what to do. Let's go back
Go
up.
first.
Of course.
Oh.
Right. We'll pass at the same time.
There. Oh no, this is dangerous. This is how I die. I'm
Follow
gonna
me.
die. It's okay with lots of chickens. You're watching a game though. This is true. I don't like this. Come back. Yep.
They're
Yep.
making too much noise.
Bye.
Hugo,
Ah,
calm down.
fuck! Where do I go? What? She eats a rock and never misses. Okay, I don't know where to go. I'm lost already. But how are you, Andrew? I hope you're doing good. Okay, oh, duh. I actually don't think this is where it's supposed to be, but I'm gonna pretend it is.
What is it? Can we use it on the rats?
No. It smells of beer. They must have brewed it.
Ah, they're drinking alcohol in here. Obviously, you know, that probably attracted the rats. You know, rats just want to get drunk. Sorry. So fucking dark. This isn't where it's supposed to go. Oh, I'm fucking blind. Hey. The weather's perfect here today, and you ate your lunch outside. Ooh, I actually went out to eat today. I went to eat breakfast at a diner. Ooh. She's rocking through. She's taking a walk through New York City with her brother. Hey, you know what's great? See, I have trouble playing Inquisition for reading because there's always text on one side, like where my face cam is, and then there's text where like on the other side of the screen it's like on this side it's only on one side, which is nice. Okay. Flower of the God. Hot. Faced with the violence of the plague, fear and superstition pushes commoners to obtain or make lucky charms. Unscrupulous artisans make money by selling rings and necklaces made of any material at high prices. These unprobable trinkets surrounded by superstition are supposed to protect people from evil. I played this game before, by the way, Andrew. But we're replaying it because there's a new game. The second game's coming out next month. And hopefully I'll have a better PC parts by then and be able to actually play it. Because the only thing I need is a new CPU. Which I can afford, but I would like to have money in my account. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, I don't really want to read this right now.
This should make things.
There's basically a plague, which is rats. Which is our biggest enemy.
Rats?
No rats. You say that. Yeah, you fucking say that now, and that she just fucking jinxed it, dude.
What are we going to do?
She said, "Oh, no rats," and then rats showed up. Wow. Yeah. Uh-huh.
That seems to keep them busy.
Are you sure?
Another ham should be enough. Come on.
Okay, bye. I'm not about to get murdered. I do love how he puts flowers in her hair. It's so cute.
All right. Let's be careful.
Oh, I don't like. Oh! We can climb the table.
We'll be safe if we go that way.
Yeah, you say that now, and then something bad
We won't
happens.
fall. Hold my hand tight.
See, I know there's one right there. I think I have to.
That torch.
There's a hole in the grating.
I'll lift this up. Can you get the torch?
Ah,
Yes.
fuck.
It's heavy. Hugo, hurry up.
Bitch!
Come on.
Hey, I wish you could actually lift that. I wouldn't been able to lift that. Oh, shit.
Are you alright?
Yes. Stay where you are. The ground is rotten.
Amicia, how am I going to get back?
I'll find a way. Don't worry. As long as you have the torch, you'll be safe.
But what about you?
We'll move together. That way, the light coming through the grating will protect me too. Ready?
Ready?
Here we go then. Slowly.
Yeah. This is how I get
Very good.
murdered, dude. Oh.
Look, there's a hole. Do you want the torch?
Yes, there are too many rats on my side.
But where can I get through?
The hole behind you. That's the only way I can see. Go
Wants there
through
be a
there and I'll
rat
meet you on
over
the
there?
other side.
Are you sure?
Just stop if you see rats. I'll be with you very quickly.
Alright,
Yep.
but please hurry.
See ya. Let's not get him killed though. He's too cute.
Quick now.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hugo!
What
What's
the
going
fuck? What? Oh shit. Oh
talk to me.
shit. Oh shit.
Come on! Come on!
Oh, great. You know? That's great. Just what I wanted. Don't mind me though. I want supplies. I'm greedy. Okay, bye. Before I get murdered. How do I... Okay.
Yeah, up here!
Hugo, are you alright?
Oh!
I ran to the light.
Did they bite you?
No, I found a ladder, but there are rats down there.
I'll open a way through for you. We're going to get you down from there. Calm down, Amicia. He's fine. You're fine. Stay focused.
He's so cute. I just realized you said chicken legs. Huh? Fawn has a thing for her legs. It's weird.
These twigs burn too quickly. I won't be able to keep them back long enough.
Fuck. Okay, I have an idea. Here's what we're gonna do because there's one right there. We just run over here. Grab this. And then do that.
I have something for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
This dude! I remember when he fucking threw a box down? This kid. I swear to God.
Ready? You can come down now.
Is there an esports for best thrower? Cause he would be one and he's like
I shouldn't have left
3.
you alone. It's too risky.
That's alright.
Come on, get up there.
All right.
Did y'all see his hair for the next game? It's so fucking cute. I can't wait. Ooh.
Tabard from the Crusades.
Okay. We got some tools. Hot.
This way. Come on.
Of course.
Hi, Bobby. How are you? How's everything going? I haven't seen you in a little while. Wait, do we go through there now? Yeah, because we have him. I think we go through there. But hi, Booby Chrome. Sick. Oh! I didn't know you were sick. Oh, okay.
The crypt. Oh, thank you. We can get out of here now.
Yeah.
How far away?
Definitely getting out. Uh-huh. Yep. Ooh. But I'm doing good. Last stream we started a new game and that's what I'm playing right now. Oh! Okay, I feel like this would be good then. I know ammunition is also good, but...
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay.
Go on, climb up.
I hope you're eating lots of soup,
Oh,
Bobby.
what's that on the ground?
Should we go anyway?
Yes, we've managed to get this far. We'll be fine. Just
What
stay close.
the fuck is that? That is disgusting. Kirby chicken.
What's that stuff in the
Oh yeah, Bobby.
I don't know.
You weren't here when I said it. I added another Kirby emote.
They did that.
You think so?
Yes, we're in their nest.
So
Ew. Are those are those rat guts? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's beautiful. I'm glad. I know I found one once, but I didn't like it. And that one I like. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm going. Did you see the thing that comes? What the f is that?
Yeah. It's burning my throat.
I don't think I should finish that sentence.
Over there. Light. We're there. We're there, Hugo.
We're gonna die. Amicia, we're going to fucking die. We're going to fucking die.
We did it. We did it. We...
Amicia, I want to see Mommy.
She's a bit in the ground. You know, she's taking a little bit of a dirt nap.
I don't want
you know?
her to be dead.
Hugo.
That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not
I
funny.
want her to come back.
That's not funny. Oh, look at them. Aww. Look, it's not funny to talk about to laugh about their dead mother. I laugh, no stop, I can't laugh at that. No, because their mother, and their father died. Both of them died the same night.
So, we'll never be able to go back home?
No, it's too dangerous.
Are there rats there too?
I
Maybe.
think there's rats
I don't know,
everywhere.
I'm scared.
I mean,
They'll
I'm
find
gonna
us and
assume
get
yes.
We'll be safe with Laurentius. Come on.
That it was. So I'm gonna just say, I haven't played this game in a long time, so I don't remember like anything. But I'm gonna assume that their home.
Up there, a windmill.
Is that Laurentius's farm?
I
don't
hope
know.
so.
I'm gonna
I've never
assume
seen
their
a real
home
windmill.
has
Be careful,
lots
you'll
of
be seeing one very
rats.
soon.
And my reasoning for this is when we were running, there were stuff it was like there was stuff coming out of the ground,
Hey,
right?
Hugo, where are you going?
Because of that, I'm gonna assume it was
Oh,
rats.
bubbles! Look at the bubbles!
Aww,
Hugo.
look at him!
What is it?
It could be a fish, a frog. I really don't know. We don't have time for this right now. Come on.
He is so
But I've
fucking
never seen a real frog.
adorable. You want to see a frog? Please tell me you can see a frog. Oh my god.
Someone came here to read a book.
Blood.
Oh no.
What happened?
I don't know, but it didn't end well.
Perhaps there were rats.
I streamed it once, like 2 years ago, Bobby. But it was laggy as shit because my graphics card was bad.
Amicia, look. It's one of the men that attacked the house.
Oh
The
shit.
Inquisition. They're here.
No, I find it funny that I'm playing 2 games right now where there's an Inquisition. Dragon Age Inquisition, and I played I almost said Inquisition. And I played Tale of Innocence. They both have an Inquisition. It is really pretty. I can't wait to see the graphics for the second game. Oh shit. Is that a blockade? Oh fuck.
How'd they do that? They're only fucking animals.
Do I look like a rat? How should I know?
Well, I say we'll never get rid of these nests using stupid lime.
Whatever happens, we have to get out of here before the sun goes down.
Mm-hmm.
They like the dark. So back to business.
Okay, I will be honest, I do have to pee. I'll be back. I'll play the video version. I have 2 beer back streams. Okay, I'll be back. The chaos of Audrey never failed to. I never thought I would hear the word Kerbusi ever in my life.
Finally, something that could swallow me whole.
Bestie, that sounds really kinky.
Champion, what a surprise.
Seneschal, dear, introduce me to your delicious friend.
Serendipity, this is Sarah Hawk.
Awkward. So, can we talk about something else now?
I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Look at Jarl Thickens over here. Do you think he would have an OnlyFans for this bod? You know? Oh. Mr. thickens over here. Look at this man. Look at him.
Damn, boy, he's thick! Boy, that's a thick ass boy!
Look at them. Look. Hey, stop moving. What? Stop moving!
I don't give a fuck.
Ball, stop! Anyways, if he fucking turns around one more time! Stop! Look at him. He is sexy. That's what I was trying to do, but he kept turning around and it was very rude. I found a fucking pickle. I found a pickle song. Hold on. It's so stupid.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
Pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, papa, pickle, 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 papa, pickle, 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 papa. Is this gonna be the theme of this stream? A fucking pickle. I think you need some pickles to make you feel better.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
Pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle. You're welcome. Did you know that you could, in fact, die? I know, crazy. Ah, I'm about to die. Oh my god, you should die. Also me dies. Oh shit. Oh, by the way, wasn't kidding. Why is that so shiny? Because he's an A. He's Mr. Clean. Humpty Dumpty, I'm gonna crack your fucking egg.
You.
Hi, I'm back with a cat. Hold on, let me actually switch scenes. Is that Kerbussy? It is that Kerbussy. I have gifted a sub to Kerbussy in 3 different channels. There's a Twitch account called Kerbussy. And I forgot to close my door again. Sorry. I'm bad at streaming. I forget to close my door because I live with people. Hey. Okay, she's laying down now. Hello, cat. Her name is Hattie. She's my best friend. Wow, rude. Rude. Rude? Rude. Just rude. Oh, chicken girl. Hi. You know what's rude? Mix it up. Okay. Actually, no, it's not even mix it up, it's Twitch. So I added a command. Or well, so I edited like all my commands. Or almost all of them. Like the best ones. And I made it so my best commands, like the important ones, would have the announcement, right? My fucking... Okay, it would not add it for the fucking throne command. It was so annoying. It was like, yeah, we're not gonna work. But every other one, it was like, okay, yeah, we'll work. Also, thank you for the work. Andrew, hope you have a good meeting or meetings. Arco is like, yeah, we're gonna remind you how to do this again because you probably forgot. Hey, can I kill you? Can I kill them? Fuck.
That's an odd sound.
Yeah. Shit.
What was that? Hey!
I fucked up. I thought that was tall grass. My bad. Obviously, you died. I knew you were playing. Wait, I have an idea.
What's all the racket?
I'm gonna fucking die here. Also, do you like my freckles? I drew them on today. So what if I killed him?
Nothing.
So what if I... Oh!
What was that? I'm gonna show you what we do to cowards like you around here.
I'm not here. Sorry, I forgot he had armor, so I couldn't kill him. Yeah, can you just kill me? My bad.
Where was that noise coming from? Over there.
You know, I like stealth games, but I'm very impatient.
So, it was a false alarm.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, bye.
Amicia, look. There's a bridge that leads to the farm.
Yep.
What
Wait.
a waste of time.
Amicia.
I don't have a choice.
Tell us what he really wants from us.
Yep. He deserves it. I can't see them. Drop your glasses. Yeah, they had a full, like, full fucking armor, Bobby. And, I thought I could kill him with a rock.
That should do it. With that and the second barricade, no one will ever get through.
I'm going to the bridge. The cart will be back with the other barricade.
Okay. Like, oh yeah, they have full armor. Yeah, this rock will definitely kill them.
Trapped.
Shit.
There's a hole in the wall.
I'm too big. You'll have to go in and open the window for me.
They'll see me.
I'll keep him busy. Trust me.
That noise. Better go see what it was.
Go.
I'm going.
Oh, please fucking be. Hugo. Hugo, please. Hugo, please.
Well, it was nothing.
Yes, now it's my turn.
Oh! Sorry, I didn't know. Let's hope. I'm fucked. Do I have to do it again? Hold on. Wait, I have an idea.
Again? I've got to know for sure.
Yeah, huh? Yep. Okay, we're good.
Amicia, we have to get out of here.
It's funny because he gets so upset when I kill someone, but I'm like, look, murder is a great plan, I'd say. I love. Fuck. There's a person. Goodbye. I play Assassin's Creed.
Tell Lord Nicholas that the road is blocked. Any person or vehicle that wants to get through is to be stopped and searched.
I have played Assassin's Creed, dude. I know how to be stealth. Yes. Yes. Yes, they are. Because they're assholes, dude.
Very important, I was told. Lord Nicholas has his orders direct from the Grand Inquisitor himself. So keep your eyes
Hi,
peeled.
Cosmic. Oh, see an assassin? Oh, I knew I was talking about burgers, okay. I'm such a burn. Hi, how was your stream? No, I do it all the time too. I have to remember to copy it. Sometimes, okay, what's great though, I have Mix It Up. So sometimes I'll go into Mix It Up and I'll just copy my fucking word through my message through there and then do it. But how was your stream, friend? I hope it was great. What were you playing? Huckle Life? Was that the game you were playing yesterday? Because I know I was in your stream yesterday. I was watching your stream. It's good. We're playing Plague Tale Innocence. It's a game with rats, a lot of them. If you came in with the raid, hi. My name is Audrey. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play a lot of story-driven games, mainly well, yeah, story-driven games. At the moment, I've been playing Dragon Age Inquisition, Dark Souls 3, and A Plague Tale Innocence if you're interested in that. I'm also gay, so it's a safe place for if you're part of that community or an ally or anything, so yo. What Assassin's play? You're gay? No way. I know, you really couldn't have guessed that part. It's not like I fucking scream every single time I see a woman in a video game or anything. What? Who said that? Not me. Oh no, don't worry about it. Please go take care of yourself. I know that streaming can be very draining. So go take care of yourself. I hope your games, your stream went well, and thank you for thinking about rating me. I really appreciate it a lot. Big titty demon. Shut. I'm mad that she's not in Inquisition. I'm pissed about that. She's sexy. I like the designer demon. Sexy mommy titty demon. Yeah, I will have a great stream. Hey, Con. Are my captions working? Because I switched the audio source. Yeah, we're talking about Sexy Mommy Titty Demon in Dragon Age. Okay, you don't see anything. Okay. Thank you. I will fix that. Because I was thinking it probably won't pick it up. Because of when I was using. Because, okay, here's the thing. YouTube picks up my voice so fucking well, and it knows what I say. And I have it so it doesn't, it auto-generates, right? But for Twitch, it's like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Also, Jay, thank you for the follow. I forgot to thank you. You came with the raid. Please, if you need to, you don't have to hang out. Go take care of yourself. Get some food. Use the bathroom. Anything you need to do. You love our demon Dada. There's one of my popular clips is me simping over her in Dragon Age 2. And I was like, hey, sexy. Murder me. Can't. Let's make out. Hi. I was starting over my own words. Hopefully you'll see. Do you see captions now? Because I switched it to mic, like a different mic source. Do I kill him? Do I? Okay, thank you. Do we kill him? I say we kill him. I know, I don't know. Like, YouTube captions are so much easier to understand. I don't know why. Because I don't put in my own captions. I have it so it auto-generates on YouTube. I'm gonna fold it. Where's the other guy? Because I know there's someone else. We're gonna murder him too. You know, you don't have to murder anyone in this game, but I choose to because it's funnier. I prefer rocking them into the face, you know? Just go full on rock. Where's the other guy? Oh, I see him. Oh, you're done. Dude, Twitch captions is a different level. It's like, what if someone actually needed them? And you say some weird ass shit. Oh. Oh, shit. This guy has armor. We're fucked. Oh, shit. Never mind. We're not fucked. We just need to fucking not be fucking stupid.
I did hear something over there.
Yeah.
Go on.
And it's not me.
Was right, not a sound.
I'm just on the bed. Oh, look at that. Running and dodging makes less noise.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I don't know. Buttspot was here earlier. Because
What did I do? Why are they looking for me?
You didn't do anything. They're the ones who did something.
If they catch us, will they hurt us?
Yes.
They are not going to catch us, alright?
Alright.
No, okay, it was here earlier when I was testing my commands because it was being glitchy. I don't know where it is now though. Ah, see, Buttbutt is here. I think Buttbutt just wants to be very quiet because of Yukon. Buttbutt is very intimidated by you. They're like, I don't want to get fucking calmed out again. Hi, Nandy. I do love how my raid alert is The Witcher and you were playing The Witcher 3. What were you doing in The Witcher 3? And thank you so much for bringing your community over. If you're new, if you came with the raid, hi. My name is Audrey. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. At the moment, I've been playing some Dragon Age Inquisition. We're on the last game, doing an evil playthrough for that. Dark Souls 3. I'm getting close to the end on that one. And we just recently started our playthrough Innocence, and I'm really enjoying this game. I played it before, but we're playing it again after last time I played it was 2 years ago. I'm playing it again because the second game comes out next month, so I'm very excited for that. Yeah, don't worry. If you need to go take care of yourself, please do that. Thank you for bringing your community over. Dark Souls 3, yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's just right now I have to fucking grind, so I haven't streamed it. So I'm probably gonna do that for stream today. Dark Souls 3. True. I'm assuming anyone that was over at the end of the stream, you like The Witcher. The Witcher is my favorite series.
Hugo, if you don't come here this instant, I'm leaving you.
Oh, there he is.
Here I am. I only wanted to play a game.
This is not a time for games. No more playing, all right?
Well, I get robbed for 5 hours. No, Con, last time, sorry. There was one time where I actually did no progress for 5 hours. Yeah, Harry's having PC issues. When he streams, that game called Dead by Daylight. Can we get a can we get a shadow for Harry? Oh shit. Cause he won't do it himself. Oh look, it's pigs. It's piglets. I think his PC sucks. Uninstall DVD. No, because I also had a lot of problems with DVD, and it was only DVD. It was nothing else. I think it's just that game. Truck by Daddy. Oh, I found a pin on Etsy that says Daddy Geralt, and I need it. It's $10. I might have to buy it. I have a denim jacket that I put a bunch of pins on. I might have to add that to it. Yeah, I don't understand because Harry has a good PC. He doesn't have my PC, which is shit.
They're everywhere.
Oh, no shit, dude. Reinstall Windows. You know, that actually could work. Where? I don't like this already. Oh no. Didn't Harry already do factory reset though? Yeah, Harry, I think it's just Dead by Daylight. Wait, Harry, do you run Dead by Daylight on, what, hold on. Hold on. Do you run Dead by Daylight as high performance? In your graphics settings on your PC, set it to high performance. Do you have it set to that? Because I know I've had a lot of issues with games. Turn that on. Turn that on because that helped me so much with so many games I've streamed. I have a lot of games that I have streamed that were so fucking laggy and made my computer slow and shit, and then I turned that on and it helped. Turned what on? What's it called? I just fucking said it. Hold on. High performance. So in your graphics setting on your computer, you can set certain games to high performance or power saving mode. I have a lot of games on high performance because like I play Inquisition with that on because it helps so much. You also, Harry, you could put OBS as power saving. Nandy, just go through your search on Windows and look up graphics. That's where you'll find it. I run The Witcher with that setting on as well. I don't know why. Okay, here's my problem with OBS, okay? I record The Witcher. And, I don't know why, but whenever I record The Witcher, I always get, like, encoding overloaded, but when I stream, I don't. And I have it as the same settings for both. It's weird. I'm gonna die here. Don't turn around. 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 Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Over there. What's
no.
Huh? What's that? Intruders! On guard!
Fucking head! So... Not you dying. We're gonna talk about it. No, this didn't happen. No? No? Ew. Ooh, a chest! Bird-a-doo. Ooh, a chicken. Look, it's a chicken. Probably power saving.
Well.
I don't have it on anything. I actually don't have it on any settings because OBS runs fine for me.
Oh, they're everywhere.
I did have it run on power saving at some point though. Dude, I want to play Phasma. I just don't have anyone to play with. That would probably have to be a community night game. But I want to start doing that. Like, if I streamed 4 times a week, I would probably do community nights on Fridays. Oh, shit. I fucked up. Fuck. I don't. Isn't it like $13? Dude, didn't... So... Now we run. Not here.
Nothing
Come
here.
on.
I know, it's funny. They just go through to where the pot landed. They don't actually look for where it came from. Harry, you have no video filters? What filters are you using? Oh, there's a chest. I want the chest. I'm greedy. Nandy, I have a question. I know I asked, but I know I didn't really get an answer. You don't have to answer, though. What were you doing in The Witcher today? I like to ask because I like The Witcher. It's my favorite game. I want to get a Witcher emote of Geralt. Because Geralt.
Did you hear that? I'll check it out.
Keep your eyes open.
Yep. And I'm opening. Bye.
It was nothing.
As I thought.
I like Yen. I'm at a certain part for The Witcher 2 where soon I get to fuck her, and I'm gonna do it. Because Yennefer is in the game, so obviously. I mean, what?
What? Well. What do we have here?
Forget it.
My bad. Haha. Ha. Ha ha.
Nothing at all.
Wait, what do you have on? No, literally Triss used him because he didn't have memories for 2 games straight. She did it for The Witcher 1 and 2. Some weird Sarah, some weird. I would let Triss roofing me, I mean say. I actually really like Triss. I like them both. I romanced Triss once, all the way. She's sexy. Triss? Awooga. Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Someone of ours along the trail earlier.
I haven't read the books. I want to.
Had he been bitten?
Yeah.
Did you touch him?
No.
Good. Because when a rat bites you, it poisons your blood. You get boils all over, and everyone around you can get
When a
it and
rat
die
bites
too.
you, it poisons your blood.
That's why it's called the bite.
Well then.
It's called
Think we'll just
the
leave him where he
bite,
is.
by the way. Not just a bite. The bite.
What was that noise?
Yeah. What is that noise? You should look. Well, I murdered your friend.
Nothing. I need to calm down.
Sorry.
When are they going to call us back to camp? Heady shit, it's nearly dark.
Not here.
What the hell happened? You proud of yourself, murderer?
Oh, yes, I am. You're dead too?
Alright.
I'm having a great time with this. Can you tell? Murder? Really entertaining. Simple Picklery? That's his new name. My god, it's a beauty. You know the DLC for The Witcher 3 that gets her new outfit? I always use that because she looks so fucking good with that hair. And like the dress? Oh, Ruka. So... You know, how do they not see me? Yeah! I love her. What do we think about Kira, though? Because I love her as well. I find her really hot. Says the screen logic. You're right. I'm gonna fucking die. Hold on. I do too. I went with her in the first game. Welcome back, Harry. Oh, I should probably take this. Simple Picklery. Okay, I have an idea. Welcome to Assassin's Creed 2.0, where I have to be stealthy. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Leaving.
So they can't see us anymore.
Nah.
No, they can't.
Cause they're blind. They got
Come on.
big brain.
All right.
Oh no, Harry.
Fall back. What's happening?
Oh no. Your feces. What's that? Oh.
I can't stop. Not here.
I feel funny.
Come on. You'll be able to rest when we get to Laurentius's place.
My head. It hurts.
Oh.
I don't know what to do, Hugo. What would Mommy do?
Give me medicine.
I can carry you. That's the best I can do.
Oh, we can
Come on, climb up.
That is the cutest fucking thing
Mom says
ever.
House, you know.
I know.
That must be why I feel all funny.
You're just tired.
I miss her.
At least you were allowed to see.
Nothing. They're so fucking cute.
Laurentius's mill. We're nearly there.
Will he shut me inside again? Like Mummy.
I thought he just said, will he shove me inside again? Like mommy. No. No. No.
He'll get us to
No.
safety.
No.
Alright. It's true, it's dangerous out here. But sometimes it's fun too.
You'll get better one day.
I don't know.
Those dead animals.
What on earth happened here?
I need
We're going to have to be careful now.
internet.
You better get down, Hugo.
Because I stream.
It's in my shoes.
To be fair though, I don't drop too many frames, so
don't believe
it's
it.
not that bad.
No! The torch! Get to the torch, quickly! Calm down.
Yeah!
They can't reach us. Come on, let's go.
Great, more rats, more chickens. Full of protein. We're fucked. Let's run!
The night is making them
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't. Ew, 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 ew.
Come, I'll get you up.
Right.
Poor dude. Mmm. Rat. Delicious.
That means close. Mud
Fuck.
again. We'll never get through.
What can we do? Oh!
Good Lord.
Are they really all dead?
Oh!
They've been slaughtered by the Inquisition.
Oh my god!
I'd be sick.
Look at all of those dead. Oh my god. They killed all of them? That smells so nice. Yeah, delicious, you know? Mmm, dead pig. My favorite dessert, really.
Let's go.
Yes.
I don't need that. Now I need it.
Come on.
I put it
Here we go
on
again.
too early. My bad. I don't like rats. They are so fucking gross, dude. Ew! Black. This is fucking gross. No, Amicia, please. You're going to fucking get us killed. Actually, I'm the one controlling you. But, that's besides the point.
Help me push.
Oh, we can push the car.
Come on.
Love how I rely on a child to help me.
Amicia,
He's
why
like-
did they kill the pigs?
Maybe
Because
we
they're
had to contain the rats here.
Because they're assholes. That's why. Fact.
It's very, very heavy. I
Don't talk. Push. We did it. We made it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the Randios!
Shh. You go.
But
What if it's not the Rentiers? Huh? Did you think of that?
Oh, look at the pig.
oh, you're still alive. I'm sorry about your friends.
Look at him. Look at the pig. This one's alive. Oh, a chicken. Oh no, you motherfucker running away from me again. You bitch, you fucker. You fucker? You fucker. Oh, never mind. Oh, look, it's a horsey.
Hello there. Not a night to stay outside, hey?
Why do I feel like the horse is gonna die? The horse better live. I agree. I'll cry if the horse dies. Thank you.
Amicia, a flower.
Hugo. This is not really the time, you know.
Please.
All right.
Granny's bonnet. It's as if she's hanging her head because she's sad.
Perhaps she would be less lonely with us.
Yes, it's not good
That
to be
is
alone.
literally the cutest fucking thing I have ever seen in my life. Harry, I think it hates you. Oh.
It's locked.
Is there anything else around? Because I feel like this, people are gonna die. Yeah, I actually really like the game. It is very adorable. I think it's very much the kid, okay? Kid makes it cute as well. He literally puts fucking flowers in her hair. Thank you for the work, Sandy. Oh, what the fuck is... Where are you going?
It's really dark. Maybe there's a monster in it.
Or rats. Rats are monsters. Right?
Is that the windmill?
What's left of it?
It's pretty.
Yeah, it's very pretty. Pickle to the surface pickle. Remember to mute tab, not the pickle. Oh, look how fucked that windmill looks, dude. Okay, let's go inside.
Hugo, you go in there and open the door for me quickly. And be very careful, right?
Yes.
Good.
I know.
It smells funny.
It's alcohol from the stills.
Oh. Oh, I can't upgrade
Let's go
anything.
and see.
Hold on. Yeah, I can't upgrade shit, dude. I need materials. Hopefully there'll be some here somewhere. You know it's bad when these are here, because you know that means there's gonna be rats later. Ah, my favorite. Rats. Ha. Ha. You know, really just... What's up? Like, really just... What's the place on the map, you know? Really delicious. Which room am I not supposed to go in? Also known as, the room that will give me shit.
What does it represent?
It's very pretty.
It's very pretty.
Who are you? Magister Laurentius! Stop right there. He's contagious.
What?
Hugo. Here.
The Inquisition came. We lost everything. There was nothing I could do.
Of course. They came for him.
Why would they go that?
Evil. An ancient evil courses through your family's veins. in its blood.
Oh, fine.
Your mother and I attempted to slow its progress. But
He did say he wanted to buy new stuff.
break, the process has
Look how
quickened.
Oh, he is. He's so fucking cute.
Protect him, Amicia. Continue your mother's work.
Me? But how? My parents tried and now they are both
Oh, look at
dead.
him rapping. Oh.
They're here.
He was grabbing, look, touching her hand. It was so fucking cute.
Disorganized. The Inquisition, however, they seek the boy tirelessly. We have to disappear.
Wait,
Head to the
dude,
Chateau
you're on like your
Ombrage.
deathbed.
Lucas, go to the barn.
Is he
You will
dying yet?
finish
I don't know.
the Ignifer.
Don't try to talk. I will prove myself. I'm sorry about your parents, but you're not alone anymore. We have to move fast. You can help
Oh,
me
is he
make the
coming with
Ignifer.
us?
It will protect us from the rats.
Come, Hugo. I don't want you to stay here.
Oh, yes. I've seen. I mean,
The stuff is
What?
in the barn. Come on. Oh no.
What are we going to do?
They've managed to get in.
oh, fuck. I called it.
Oh, the hams. Good idea.
Ah, but they're frightened of the light.
The lantern. It's all right. Do it.
There. Sorry.
There. Don't worry.
That's it. Hugo, give me your hand.
No.
No.
Very well, but stay close to me.
Are you two okay?
It's been a long trip.
He does not want to grab my hand. Is it because I did, like, you know?
Oh no. They've come back.
They're everywhere.
We have to reach the back of the barn. We can't leave without the Ignifer. How are we going to do it?
The fucking what? Hey, so I gotta know. Do you just so happen to have a light somewhere that I could use? It'd make my life easier.
We need meat. Dead or alive.
You have got to be. I have to kill a pig. I have to kill the pig.
We can use this.
I don't want to
Let me
kill the pig. Oh yeah, we're feeding him for sure.
Could say that.
I fucking hate this.
Time, Piggy. Yum yum.
The poor kid. It's like, yeah. They're gonna fucking kill the pig.
That's it.
Make sure you chew properly, or you'll get stomachache.
We have to make sure it stays.
I'll close the door.
Wait, is there a ladder we can use?
There's a ladder down the side. Come on.
I'm fucking.
Let's go.
Just...
Hugo?
Okay.
Hugo, listen. You can sulk if you like, but stay close.
Oh, there we go.
Come on, get up there.
I ate some waffles for breakfast at a diner. It was really good.
Yes, Hugo, look away, please.
Why?
No reason. Yeah. Nothing horrible will happen to it, I promise. Yep. Uh-huh. How do I, you know... Question though, how does one... Oh...
No, Amicia, what are you doing?
The horse is alive, but this pig? Not so much.
We have no choice, Hugo. We have to get the rats away.
Not Peppa,
You're just like all the others.
pig.
Hugo, there was no other way.
I'm sad.
Come on.
Why did we have
This
to
way.
kill the pig?
Yes, of course.
Why did we have to kill the pig? Game, I hate you. Why did you make
Come
me
on.
do that?
Over here.
This is rude.
The pig.
That's what I'm saying. Peppa dead. Rest in peace to Peppa. Oh.
Watch your step.
This is more than just a doctor's lab.
My master is also an above, a great alchemist. Your name is
Ah.
Amicia. I'm Lucas. I would like to show you something, but it requires alcohol and sulfur. There must be some around here. Tell me when you found them.
Alright. Alcohol and sulfur. Alcohol,
And fucking
sulfur,
what?
that's everything. Leviter extractum sic.
An alchemical blend.
Latin.
I'm dissolving the reagents.
Oh,
Oh, it's
This
I love how
isn't
you
alchemy.
came here to...
It must be
why
what they
am I
call
not
an
a
Shanna,
Labyrinthus?
I do love how you came here and you were like,
And is he going
oh, horse update?
I'll do everything to make sure.
And then I
that
kill a
doesn't happen.
pig. Like, oh, not a horse, but still pretty bad.
Now you have to mix them. Do it slowly.
Why does this
so
look
it's not
like something that would be in
dangerous.
Skyrim?
So, this is it.
Ah!
Oh no! No! We're stuck!
Not yet. The ignifer, Amicia. It's time. Aim for the embers at the center of the room.
Alright.
Oh, that's so fucking helpful, dude.
Did I do that? Did I really just do alchemy?
Yes. Your mixture is perfect.
The fire.
Like mother, like
Hi,
daughter.
Moo.
You know what? I'll show you how to create other projectiles. It will be really useful.
Yeah.
I'd love to. Thank you.
I finished my mixes. We have to go back to Laurentius. Amicia, you should go ahead.
How are you, miss? Hey, child. Oh, not the lag.
Rats!
Oh,
Get back.
great.
The ignifer. Throw it on the embers.
Please don't blow up in my face.
Oh.
Climb up.
Oh, don't worry about it. Thank you for stopping by, though. I hope it works good. Oh no.
There's a lot of them.
Laurentius.
I'll clear a way. I'll go first.
All right.
Come on.
I really hope that the fucking horse doesn't
Hugo,
die.
listen. About earlier, I just wanted to tell you that I'm...
Oh no!
No, Amicia.
The house has gone dark.
No, no. Master.
Lucas, wait!
It's settling down.
Look out! Do something! We have to leave. Now!
Oh.
Stop! We need you!
Look, the horse.
Die. Oh,
Time to go!
the horse is fine.
Lucas! Run!
The horse
We need
is
that horse.
fine.
They're everywhere.
Lucas! I'm here! Where does this trail lead to? Lucas! Where's this taking us? To the river! Which way? Where now?
There! There's a boat over there. Just past the mill.
Where?
So let's go.
Amicia, the windmill is almost on
Wait, where'd he go? Oh.
What? Lucas, this way.
Let's go.
Run! It's happening again!
Thank you for the king moves. I don't like this. Please stop. That was right on time. Dude, we did that right on time because I was just about to die, and then it was like, oh, by the way, cutscene saved you. The horse got away. It's fine. I think the horse is alive. Because it ran away with the fire thingy, so I think it's fine. We'll get the second game then. This game is actually really fucking good, and I love it. Oh, look at them! Aww.
Lucas?
Yes?
What does he have in his blood?
Wait, what's
There's
happening?
an old story. It tells of the Prima Macula. The alchemists say it was the first corruption, and that it silently travels in the blood of certain families. But something happened. The Great Break. And the macula awoke. In Hugo's blood.
But what will it do to him?
The macula cares for neither good nor evil. It evolves with its host. To change things. The world. You know, your mother and Laurentius were trying to help your brother.
But they failed.
No.
They died.
I think they just ran out of time. This is it.
Hugo, wake up.
They're so cute.
Come on, we'll walk from here. It'll warm you up.
If we follow the aqueduct, we should arrive at Chateau d'Ambrage before nightfall.
What's that noise?
Nothing. It's just frogs, Hugo.
Hi.
He seems well.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Remember earlier when he said he wants to see a frog? And now there's frogs!
Look, they're everywhere. Jump, jump,
Aren't you cold?
A little, yes.
Hugo doesn't seem to mind.
Come back.
He's keeping himself warm.
He is
Yes.
so fucking
But he's
cute.
too far for my liking.
I love this game.
Hugo, where are you going?
Here's number one, Jan.
Hugo!
Where the fuck did he go? Cause you said second best game, kid. I never played those games. I want to eventually, but I heard it's depressing, and I know I'll cry.
Hey,
Oh my
English
gosh.
shield. Where did you find that?
Over there, lying on the ground.
Listen, Hugo. Put that down. It's not for children.
That's an
Oh,
true
you're no
statement.
fun.
Come on, let's go.
No fun.
Do you
He had
smell
a
that?
sword and shield.
Stinks.
Yes, it's horrible.
I know. Yeah, you can't trust me with rocks, dude. I will, rock. I will, send a rock to your head. That's what I do best. Where the fuck is he?
Amicia, Lucas, come quick, look.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Are they all dead?
Yeah, they're
can't
very
carry on.
dead.
Amicia, we have to follow the aqueduct.
The fucking what? You know, they're all taking dirt naps.
Oh my goodness.
Amicia,
Little nap
we
time.
have to walk on them.
I know, Hugo. But we don't have a choice.
Ew. Forever sleep. You know, they're taking a dirt nap
Come on.
forever.
We shouldn't be here.
Oh, the smell. It's unbearable.
I feel sick.
Don't look. Concentrate on the aqueduct.
Ugh. Where are we going? Lucas, where are we going? Yeah, they fell asleep with a spike and failed into them. You know, it was like not very, it didn't hurt them. It was like a pebble.
Ugh. The horse. Lucas?
I...
Oh no! The rats! Keep away from them!
Amicia, they're everywhere. Hundreds of them.
I don't believe it.
Well, it wasn't the same horse. It was a different horse, but... Ew. That is disgusting. How do I... Oh. Hey, at least Hugo's holding onto my hand now. Fuck.
Now! Run!
There are people over there.
Those aren't soldiers.
We have to get out of here.
What were they doing?
Those were looters, looking for things to steal.
But why?
To survive, probably.
Because they can't survive.
Could you lend a hand?
Oh!
Yes, of course.
Wait. Oh. I see. Never mind. Yeah, wait, we need to do this.
Help me with this, will you?
All right.
We can't hold it back for
Oh!
We'll never get through. We need fire.
I see.
There's some wood down there, but there's rats everywhere.
I understand the assignment now.
Right now.
I was confused on what I had to do.
Hugo,
Go get that.
you're going to have to go through.
Yes, yes.
Be careful.
I did it! I made it!
He's so cute.
Now come back.
I like how his little run.
Ow, my arms. They're paralyzed. Well done, you two.
Okay. Now we get this.
Into the grass quickly. He mustn't see us.
Amicia.
Oh no.
I understand.
He's coming!
Uh-huh.
What a kid.
Oh Lord.
It's horrible. But it worked.
It worked, but it was gross.
There are too many rats. We're stuck.
No, we're fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, hi. I wanted to send a rock to his face that time. Oh. Ammunition. I need one more of leather or whatever, and then I can upgrade my strings.
Yes, of course.
Which I want to upgrade because I feel like that would be way better. Oh, how convenient! The one thing I needed.
Which way should we go?
They are everywhere.
We'll look in a minute. Let me upgrade my stuff. Okay. We can upgrade our string.
This should make things a little easier.
Okay, I'll be back. I have to use the bathroom. Let me play y'all a video. And I will be back. That chaos of Audrey never failed to. I never thought I would hear the word Kerbusi ever in my life.
Finally, something that could swallow me whole.
Bestie, that sounds really kinky.
Champion, what a surprise. Seneschal, dear, introduce me to your delicious friend.
Serendipity. This is Sarah Hawke.
Awkward. So, can we talk about something else now?
I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Look at Jarl Thickens over here. Do you think he would have an OnlyFans for this pod? You know? Oh. Mr. Jarl Thickens over here. Look at this man. Look at him.
Damn, boy, he's thick! Boy, that's a thick-ass boy! on!
Look at them. Look. Hey, stop moving. What? Stop moving! I
don't give a fuck.
Ball, stop! Anyways, if he fucking turns around one more time! Stop! Look at him. He is sexy. That's what I was trying to do, but he kept turning around, and it was very rude. I found a fucking pickle. I found a pickle song. Hold on. It's so stupid.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, papa, pickle, 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 papa, pickle, 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 papa. Is this gonna be the theme of this stream? A fucking pickle. I think you need some pickles to make you feel better.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle. You're welcome. Did you know that you could, in fact, die? I know, crazy. Ah, I'm about to die. Oh my god, you should die. Also me, dies. Oh shit. Oh, by the way, wasn't kidding. Why is that so shiny? Because he's an A. He's Mr. Clean. Humpty Dumpty, I'm gonna crack your fucking egg.
You. Me, pickle pea. Me, bumperum.
Oh, Pete, I'm sorry. Pickle pea. What does that even mean? I didn't know what it meant.
You.
Me, pickle pea.
Pickle pea. Pickle pea. Pickle pea. Pickle pea.
Pickle pea, pickle pea, pickle pea, pickle pea. Oh my god, this is so cute. I'm traumatized. I just... why did I eat it? That's the cutest thing ever and I just ate it. I am sad now. A fucking murderer. A fucking killer.
You can make magic anywhere, Solus. Ever piss it by accident?
No. Wait. No.
What? How would you not remember something like that?
We were all young once.
Wait, does Solus piss magic? Because he said, wait. And then he said, no. He must piss magic, right? Solus, do you piss magic? Serious question. It's very important. I need answers to that question. Okay, I will be right back. Take care of my character. Okay, I'll be back. Hi. I'm back. Okay. There you go. The magnificent, beautiful chair. Enjoy the chair. Look, I can play from back here. I think we're fine. Chair gameplay, you know? Chair pro gamer. The chair can play the game perfectly fine. Drive. You got the chair. The chair died. I died. I died. Oh, they can shoot you. I forgot how guns work. Why am I getting fed? What the fuck? I'm back, but I think my cat's at my door. I don't know. It's fine. I hope you enjoyed the video. I had to make it so it's a little bit delayed. I meant I was gone for a little longer than I wanted because I had to do something. Well, okay, so someone had doctored me. So
Oh no, soldiers!
where? Oh, cringe. That's cringe. That?
Push. Let me help. Mind you don't get burned. We're making too much noise. They're going to spot us.
Oh well. They can spot us. I'll kill them. You wanna watch? No, fuck. You wanna watch it funny? Yeah. That's cringe, bro. I was like, oh yeah, wanna watch something funny? I wanted to make it so they got eaten alive, but then I got eaten alive instead. What? My bad.
Oh no, soldiers! We need to push.
Let me help. Mind you don't get burned.
Could you? Thank you.
We're making too much noise. They're going to spot us.
Good. I hope the fuck they do spot us. You wanna watch a funny joke? What, you wanna?
Can you help me push it? Yes, of course.
He deserved it. Ew, look at his fucking body. That is disgusting. I'm sorry. That is gross. I don't like that. Ew.
The wheels are stuck in the mud.
We'll have to leave it here. Come on.
Yeah, I'm stuck too.
What the hell are you doing? Hold it still. This is proper horrible. Come on, I just want his teeth. Yeah, but still. What? Rats are gonna eat him anyway.
What?
Yeah,
The fuck?
You're right.
What?
We need to pass below the aqueduct, Amicia. But the rats are everywhere. Shh. We'll find a way.
Oh, budge.
Over there, a torch.
I might have a chance if I go alone.
Why don't you try a different one?
How do I tell them to go alone again?
Stay here.
Right. See you in a minute.
Rodents. You've got nothing better to do than muck around with a corpse.
Fuck. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. That was my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
The rats are everywhere. Shh. We'll find a way.
Very well. Over there, a torch.
I might have a chance if I go alone.
Uh-huh. Hey, dude, could you start moving? And I stand behind you? Yeah. Go.
Fucking stand these rodents. You've got nothing better to do than muck around with a corpse.
Bye.
Hold on for that.
See ya.
Well, I'll have to think about that.
Go. Go.
Yes. Hi. I hated that, by the way. Oh. Some swords. She's so lucky it never rained. Imagine it rains like all the time and her fire always went out. That would be so sad, dude.
We're going to climb up.
Yes.
Oh no. Good. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, I see. There's bodies.
They've got sticks in their dummies.
Don't look.
Try to ignore everything you see here, Hugo.
I know she's in the game.
There's someone over
They're
there.
both in the game, so I'm gonna assume yes.
Inside, quickly.
I'm gonna also assume you probably play as her again.
Amicia, he's trapped.
Shh. We have to keep moving.
Oh no!
About time.
Oh no!
Hey, hey, what are you doing? Stop!
I'm sorry. We have to get out.
Amicia!
Come on. This way.
I could have saved him. Couldn't I? I could have saved him. I feel bad.
Oh no. The
That was so
Do without
fucked.
it, Amicia.
Oh, my bad.
There's a soldier. He's blocking the way. I don't see any other way. Damn.
We'll have to take him by surprise. Here, take this.
What do you want me to do with this stuff?
Summon them. You see, mix them together.
Wait, what does that do? Oh, you can put them to sleep.
Like this?
Perfect. Now you're going to crush it on his face.
Are you serious? Lucas? Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh no. Hey.
Hey, you ain't getting out.
Is she asleep?
Good thing I have,
This is going to save our lives.
I do something like that for myself. Don't we all, dude? Oh, what's this?
Another machine.
This one seems a bit different.
Yeah, what does it do? You know, imagine that you don't actually need medicine, like, to take pills. You just fucking put fucking powder on yourself and boom, you're asleep in 2 seconds.
Will that move?
I'll try.
I'm going to drop it. Look out!
Depression powder. You're right, you're right. Let me do this so that
I need you to do this.
got him.
That's it.
Hugo is so cute. Thank you. I love when he goes to get you the stick. He does this. It's so fucking cute.
Can you take care of it?
Yes.
I'm gonna assume we're gonna need this. That's why we're over here. Hi. Let's go.
We did it. Hugo did the hard part.
I just want us to get out of here.
Me too. Come on, let's go.
There's a door. Oh.
Are we going to go under it?
Just
Oh no. Oh no. Where do we go? Oh. There's stuff over here. I love how they run like they start to run towards you, but because there's a light, they can't. So they're like running in one place. Wait. Oh wow. Nice.
The cart. It's held by a chain.
Get ready. We're going to have to. Let's go. Let's go.
We're not holding it back.
No, run.
No, we're not even running. Let's just jog, you know? It's running, but not really running. Oh no.
Don't look, Hugo.
He's dead. Wait, did I just fuck up? Oh wait, no I didn't. Lol. I was like, oh wait. No, I didn't fuck up. We're fine. At least I don't think I fucked up. I probably did. Don't mind me. Coming through. You know I'm gonna have to fucking run. Okay. Yeah.
I'll help you up.
I can't. Monsieur, I don't feel well.
What's the matter?
My head.
The macula. He's afraid. We have to get out of here. Hugo. Hugo. Think of the frogs.
I want to think about
We were
frogs.
chasing them. Come on, let's go and see some more.
Yes, we have to get out of here, Amicia.
We will. This place can't go on forever. Right?
Frog! Can we carry him again? Because that's cute when they do that. I need to clip that for someone. Earlier, it was chasing frogs. Oh, look, it's the people again.
There's an awful lot of them.
But we don't have a...
What was that?
Y'all wanna
Nothing,
watch? Y'all wanna watch a funny joke?
What was that?
A little trick. It's called rock to the face.
What was that noise?
Not me. I'm not here. I don't exist. So obviously it was not me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Amicia,
Yes.
I'm very tired.
Look, there are trees again. I think we're getting to the end.
Finally.
That's what I'm saying, finally! We've been here for like an hour. Not literally, I think we've been here for like 30 minutes.
You alone?
Watch out.
Say something, arsehole.
That's my sister, you bastard. Now let us go.
You'll never
Oh.
see us again. I swear.
Oh.
No chance. Where I come from, we execute looters on the spot.
What do we do?
Too risky. Hey, what about them? You're just gonna let them go?
What? Hey!
Now! Soldiers, there's trouble over here. Let's get out of here.
We're following them.
Oh no! You go! No! 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 No!
Let go of me!
Oh shit! Uh-oh. That's not good. Shit.
Hey, wakey wakey. Better eat something. You're lucky, you know. Your everyday corpse robber usually gets a sword in the belly, no questions asked. But me, I've got an eye for that fancy jewelry. And you're lucky I like gold better than blood, Lady de Rune.
Fuck off.
Shut up. The better you look, the higher the ransom. Might have bruised the goods a bit too much already.
The ransom? Who's paying it?
Oh, you'll see soon enough. You're not in your shadow anymore, so cork it, all right?
I hope you die.
Mangy.
Okay, thanks. Please do die. That's all I ask in life. That's all I want in life. Death. But who are you? Wait, aren't they the corpse robbers we met? Why are they helping us? you?
Who are you? Melly. The other one's Arthur. This is all your fault. Where is my brother? Hey, keep your voice down. Those dogs took my sling. You don't need it.
Why don't I need my sling? Isn't that kind of important to have?
The guard. Arthur will make him move. What? How? A distraction. He's waiting for us to tell him where and what, so keep your eyes open. The guard. That'll do the trick. Get ready. For what? To follow me. So he's your brother. Come on.
We got an idea how many deaths were on our side?
It's hard to say. Thousands for sure.
Rats
make counting difficult.
Hugo is alone with those butchers. They won't hurt him. You don't understand. If he's afraid, you have to be patient.
They won't. You have to be patient. Have you met me? I'm not patient, dude.
Where are these bloody rats coming from?
We have to clear the way.
No. Rats have decimated Valois villages. Thousands of deaths have been reported from bites or contagion.
Barrel with the spears. Well done. Get ready to go.
And this is
I was
just
thinking
the
because I
beginning.
would probably have to go a different way.
There's no room for a war in this.
Good job, Arthur. Let's go.
When can I get my... Oh. Are you shitting my dick? I have to be careful of bottles. I'm going to fucking get us killed. Fuck! Fucking shit. Please, we're going to fucking die.
They're training on a dead body. Yes.
Ah!
War for you.
They're fucking... What? They're training on a dead... That is fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. That is nasty.
Heroes and their armor
Ew.
shining in the sun.
I don't like that. That is gross.
Be careful.
It was a hell of a fucking victory, I'm telling you. Guyenne belongs to England again, for sure.
There. No. We don't have to go that way.
Oh, we go that way. Then
Look, the bot. Yeah, well spotted.
Rats.
I know we were going that way.
I saw them. Hundreds of them.
Now, left.
Just be careful. We need you alive. Right in the noggin.
If we were going a different way, I would have said.
There is nothing.
What sort of prisoner is worth such a high ransom?
Valois children. The son and daughter of the knight Robert de Rune.
Knight of a tree, more like. His fighting skills from the time of the war are legendary, but he's no longer the choice of King Philip.
It is rather odd to be so interested in the children.
Why don't you go ask the sister some questions? She must be awake.
Oh no, don't worry. It was bound to happen.
Ah, yeah. Ask me questions. Not there though. So good luck finding me. Do you think we'll actually be able to meet Frog?
This. Not bad at all. What are you doing? This is not the time. I'm making your rescue profitable. That's what I'm doing. What about this chest? I saw powder. Probably for alchemy. Useless. I can use it. If you want me to open it, just say.
Yeah, can you open that?
Please.
Liz, that would be nice for me.
There you go. Enjoy. Well done. Come on. I'm coming. Silence. Ellie, not that way. There are loads of them.
You say that, yeah, she's doing it anyways. Oh god, not all the bottles, dude. I'm gonna fucking get us killed. I'm going to get us killed. Uh-oh.
It's the same story each time we win a battle. Half of the reserves just...
You're crazy. What? We got
Lay!
Just...
There's a giant goose! I think they're blind and deaf. I know. Like, oh yeah. It's kind of like when you're in grass that's...
My brother.
Oh, there he is!
Quickly.
To get you. Soon you'll be far away from here.
Amicia, where is she?
Your sister.
The bastards.
Think we're gonna keep her with us, right, guys?
Down.
No, please don't.
Just be thankful you're still
girl,
alive.
the girl.
Not everyone makes it around here. Huh? What do you mean, the girl? Come on, spit it out.
The girl's escaped. Her cage is open. Everyone's looking for her.
Shit! Spread out! Watch the doors and stay on your toes. A cage doesn't just open like that. Might be the Valua's doing.
Now's the time.
Okay, anyways, it's kind of like how in like when you go into like tall grass, they're like, oh yeah, it's not, it's like a really bright color, so they'll be able to see you, but clearly they don't.
Hugo, I'm here.
Amicia.
Are you alright? Are you hurt?
You need all that for a kid.
We have to get that
I don't know,
cage down.
kind of creepy,
It's
I will
alright,
be
Hugo.
honest.
Listen, my sling. Did they have it when they locked you up?
Yes, they put it in the trunk there.
Right.
What trunk? Oh.
Over to you, Melly.
Shit, I don't believe
Yeah, exactly. It's like loud as fuck, but they can't hear that. I'm like, what?
Finally. Now, Hugo, I need to get the cage down.
Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Is there anything I can use around here? Like,
Amicia, come back.
Calm
Oh my
down, we're
fucking
fine.
God.
It was scary. I don't want to be scared anymore.
Hahaha, fine, I'll get you then and look for equipment, okay?
Fortunately, they are busy. Melly, the lock.
Like how they're whispering and I'm just fucking standing.
It's alright, Hugo. We're going to get out of here.
Amicia,
Oh.
they said they were going to take me away. And I won't see you again.
That's not true. I'm here.
We're staying together, right?
Of course.
Oh, they're so cute.
She's the thief.
And she's sorry she turned us in earlier. Aren't you, Melly? Yeah. I'm a bad girl. Happy now? Can we go? Take my hand, Hugo. Let's get going.
Yes.
He
There's a way
just
out far into the camp.
yeah.
If you really
I'm
want to
a
use that
bad
sling,
girl.
you better go first.
I hated that. No.
Soldiers, report. Still nothing.
I did not like that at all, dude.
Spread out, split up, and search the tents.
I'm gonna...
She must be hauled up in a corner.
Y'all underestimate me. You fucking dumb shit.
Are you sure about that? Completely. I've had enough of running.
Maybe she's still close to me. Something.
I want a team of the East Rampart.
Come on. Melly, can you look
Bro.
after it? All right.
Pro game. Murder? Easy, dude. Just kill everyone. It's what I do anyway. I do it all the time. Makes my life easier. Where do we go? Shit. Gotta see if I can go through there.
Move it! She couldn't just get out like that. Hey, what was that?
Not me.
Well,
You know, I could probably just kill the archer and then kill him.
still close to the cage.
Do you want some more? I still have some.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, today I was kind of debating on streaming because of what happened a few days ago.
Are you trying to win the war on your own or what?
Yes. I personally would love to win the war on my own. In silence. So I do best. Easy. I mean, oh. I mean, I could very much just kill everybody. Like,
Let's go.
the horse doesn't die. Look, there's horses. They are the people though dead. They're quite in the ground, taking a little nap forever. The best nap of their life. Because they never wake up from the nap. Wasn't there like a gift here? I remember there being a gift around here once. It's been a while, but I remember there being a gift. I just don't know where it is. Maybe there isn't one. I'm unsure.
What was that?
Yeah, never mind.
Nothing, eh?
Let's go. Let's just go away. Okay, bye. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's this dude again.
I pay a ransom
This is the
for
guy who
Lord
killed
Shepherd,
his,
and I have to capture them myself.
This is the guy who killed their dad.
He killed my parents. He's going to slaughter us.
Melly, run!
Guards ahead. Take them out, Amicia.
They're coming.
Here's
The girl and her brother.
What the hell did you do? Nothing. We didn't do anything. They were Hugo.
What the hell did you do?
Hurry!
Failure will
Don't slow
not
down,
be
Hugo.
tolerated.
Follow Melly.
Quickly, quickly.
Amicia,
Don't let them get you.
stop running.
I don't like this dude. Uh-oh.
They're coming up.
We don't have much time. Delay. Quick. Locked.
What are we doing? I need to make sure I keep refilling because I'm going to die.
Looks like our way out.
There's a chain.
Perfect.
Come on, come on.
Break down that door.
Shit. Uh-oh.
They're here.
I'll take care of them.
There's nowhere for you.
Shut up! Shut up! Leave us alone!
What? Oh!
Amicia! Come on!
I almost fucking died. Oh.
Amicia.
It's Arthur! We have to hurry! Over here! Let's go! Let's go!
What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, I remember last, like, a few years ago when I played this, I had a really hard time on that, and it's also probably the fact that I used keyboard and mouse, and now I use controller. It's so much easier, prefer it.
Do you know where we're going? Right now, we have to hide.
She's hot!
I know a place.
Like, now that she's on the
And
mouth,
Lucas,
you could fully see what
he's
she looks
waiting at your
like, and
shuttle.
she is
All in good
sexy,
time.
bro.
We're going to see Lucas again.
I hope so.
I like
Oh,
Lucas.
Lucas!
He's nice.
I do too, I like
Save your breath,
Lucas.
Hugo. We're on the right track. Let's keep moving. We're not safe yet. Tell me, what the hell are you doing with the Inquisition after you? What's so special about the little guy? It's complicated. And what about your brother? Will he be all right? He'll catch up with us. He really saved our lives. It was incredible. Hey, don't get all lovey-dovey. He'll break your poor little heart. No.
Hey, I'm in.
Yeah, we're going to use it to cross.
What? Oh, what are those birds?
Ducks.
Oh, like the ones we eat?
Yeah. And they eat frogs. That's life. Not interrupting anything, am I? Come on.
Fucking
It's not a good
that.
idea to
He's
stay
like,
here.
oh, no one's we eat.
Is he always like that? He hasn't seen much of the world. This isn't the best moment to start.
First one to the middle way.
Hey, slow down.
It's closed.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Millie. She's cute. I love this game. It's so pretty.
It's for crushing the wheat.
Oh, great.
It's too strong.
How are we going to get across?
By stopping it.
And how are you going to stop it?
Amicia, we'll find a way. The current's slowing down. Go on, Hugo.
All right.
It's working. Yay! All we have to do now is cross over.
Yep.
Over to you, Melly. This is where we see if it'll hold up. Well, it doesn't look like I'll be taking a bath today.
What I could do.
Amicia, you're not leaving without me, are you?
Why would I do that?
You're alone.
I'm not horrible.
Stop. All right.
That's not what I meant. No, please do
Can
that.
you do it, Melly?
My bad.
Hold on.
Yes.
And there you go.
There we go.
Simple.
We beat the mill.
To be honest, I thought that was gonna be a lot
Hold them
harder.
up for a while.
Cause usually, oh, hell yeah. Usually it's kind of difficult. A pouch. Reducing time. Ammunition bag. I think we'll upgrade the ammo because we haven't done that yet.
This should make things a little easier.
Well spotted.
Thanks. Come on, Melly. We're going to try and get up.
All right.
What about me?
We'll be back soon, I promise.
Very well.
You know what that animation looked like? The animation like that from The Last of Us.
A horseshoe.
Wow, we're rich.
We may not be rich, but a little luck would be appreciated.
If luck was found under horses' hooves, then farriers would rule the world.
I like how she said that. She's like, wow, we're rich.
We'll go through here. Come on.
You trying to impress me or what?
Yes.
No.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
And it smells like earth.
I would love to impress you. You're
I
hot.
hope so.
I mean,
doubt
what?
this castle is going to look like much.
Why?
This used to be a village, but it was reduced to rubble in just one night, years ago. Some say there's a curse around these parts.
Amicia?
Oh,
She's joking,
great.
Of course I am. Since when do I say anything true, eh?
Do people live here then?
Yes, but they left.
Where did they go?
Somewhere else.
Well, I mean, she just said why.
You know what that is?
Hawthorn, I think. Nobody likes it because of the thorns, but it's good for the heart.
Well, aren't you a fount of knowledge?
Mommy taught me.
You can teach me then.
And will you teach me how to use the sling?
It's a deal.
I love how he puts flowers in her hair. It's so cute.
What were you up to? Just a detour.
Yeah, and I'm still doing the detour.
Amicia.
Oh.
What are you doing? Come here.
Oh.
Hugo. Hugo, look at me. Is it starting again? Your head.
It's like somebody's going inside. My legs are shaking.
Don't say he's been bitten. It's not the bite. It's something in his blood since he was little. I'll have
Hi,
to
Harry.
him. Climb on my back if you can. Come on.
You're screaming at your PC. What happened this time?
Sorry.
I
Don't worry.
love it
If it's in
when
his
she...
What about you? I'm fine. Lucas is trying to slow the effects down. That's also why we're going to the chateau.
Wait, your GPU broke? What do you mean?
Of what, Hugo?
What happened?
Don't worry. We're all scared of what's in our heads. Here we are. You'll be able to rest.
At last.
I love it when she
Help me lift
carries
this.
him.
I'm coming.
Shut
Can
the
you climb down,
fuck
please?
up, Harry. Actually, shut up. What the fuck? Oh. No, but really, what happened?
It's a hideout, lad. It's meant for hiding out, not banquets with lords and ladies. Don't touch that. It's my brother's. That's worth a lot, that is.
How long have you been living like this?
Like ruffians and beggars, you mean? Family tradition. Our dad was a piece of rubbish. Tried to beat us one time too many, so we skedaddled. But you're almost royalty.
Royalty?
Monsieur,
What does huh mean?
I'm cold.
Can't you see? Look at us. We've lost everything.
What do you mean? Who's going to pay us then?
What are you talking about?
Your mate Lucas. He said you're rich. Just forget it, alright? Take Arthur's straw mattress, and when he finally gets here, we'll have a proper discussion.
I would have had to gave it to my brother if he was even bro. Fun. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? I don't have a tissue. There's a fucking bug. I am scared. Where the fuck did you go? I don't know where it went, but it was disgusting. I didn't like how it looked. Where the fuck did it go? It just went under my books. Great. Great. Yay. Cringe. If it shows up again, I'm gonna fucking swim it with a book. That is disgusting. Bugs are nasty. I don't like them. Ugh. Okay, anyways.
So, see anything?
No,
Hey, men! This way! I need some help!
Where does that go?
Outside. Yes, but where? Just trust me. And your brother?
He should have been here by now.
Sorry.
Don't give up on him just yet.
What do you think happened to her brother?
Shit. Stay down. He has a helmet. Ah, Devorantis. What? Devorantis. Saltpeter and alcohol. It burns your face and melts steel. No one can keep their helmet on with that.
Oh, thank fuck. Thank you. You're literally the best person I've ever met. Because you taught me how to burn people's helmets off. It's fantastic.
Go on. Aim for the helmet.
Hit him on the head with a rock. Go on. Serves him right.
It's noisy.
Try to be a bit more enthusiastic, will you?
Harry, how is your day been besides your GPU being a little bitch? As per usual. Here's the thing though, your computer should be fun. You have a good PC.
There's one with a helmet. You know what to do. Yes.
Oh.
Be in one of the boxes, but it's an unholy mess in there.
What was that? Told you.
I missed. Let's not talk about it.
There are bound to be more. We have to get out of
Let's just not talk about the fact that I literally just fucking missed their head. Yeah? let's not talk about that one. I did just in fact miss the head. Whoops.
Oh no, I knew it. Keep calm.
But they're everywhere here. The place is teeming with wild boar.
Wild boar.
That's our way out. Listen.
Shit.
You have the sling.
Would it be wild
so
boar
you go
that
first.
attacks me? Because
Hugo,
gross.
you keep a lookout and stay quiet.
All right.
Understood.
They're still looking for me.
Well, they'll die first. You wanna know why they'll die? Because I'm here. And I'll kill them. Wink. Hey, turn around. Welcome to Ungreedy. Nice. Then we do it again when he gets closer, and then we kill him. Hot. I like killing them because now I can kill them. Before I couldn't kill them because I had helmets and I had no way to remove said helmet. My favorite thing is just sending a rock to their face. Fuck. Okay. Nice. This shit easy, bro. It's like, I feel like just because I play so many stealth games now where I'm like, oh yeah, this piece of cake. Because I know before when I had never actually played any story games, this was very difficult.
I've never seen an explosion like it. My ears are still ringing. We got the one who did it though. The young thief who's helping him.
Oh, he got captured?
He should think himself lucky. If he didn't have information about the boy, he'd be little chunks of meat by now.
Wait, Arthur got captured? Oh no! He got captured. That's not good. I didn't know he got captured. Shit. Oh, a map.
The whole country. What are these bastards up to?
Ooh, look at that. Widespread among noble and learned circles, maps are rare and expensive, as well as Empress? I don't know how to say that. Mine's just dumb? Probably. That is why practical and inexpensive direct-to-go signs proliferate at road intersections to villages, sometimes located several days' walk of each other, are ravaged. Okay. I'm not really gonna read that, I'm gonna be honest. I have missed so many. Look at this shit. I missed a lot. It's okay. You have a helmet, which means you die.
So, still nothing? Well, there's a lot of men looking for just some kids. And the Grand Inquisitor is being pretty tough on Lord Nicholas.
Well, the Grand Inquisitor can shove his ass up his own. He sucks.
Nearly there. The portcullis is down. There's always a side entrance.
There's always a side
Let's get out of here.
entrance.
Come on. Go ahead. So kind of you, Your Highness.
Wow, bro.
Come on, get moving.
What are you going to do to me?
Careful.
It's Lucas.
The cart should be arriving soon with fresh supplies. They'll take
No,
you to the Inquisition bastion in town.
Lucas.
So glad to see you again.
Hi.
Hey, you look well.
Yes, I was in a cage. Then there was a huge explosion. Boom! And then we went to Melly's house. She said lots of bad words.
I heard that.
And what about you, Lucas?
A lot of
How are
bad
you?
words.
Can we talk while we run, or we can sit down with some wine and some roast chicken and wait for them to come and kill us? What do you reckon?
You're right. Let's get going. The chateau shouldn't be far now.
Let's go. Come on. It's not far to the aqueduct.
Seems like you've been through some tough times.
You don't say. You forgot to tell us about the Inquisition.
You wouldn't have accepted the deal.
The one where your friends are rich.
But we'll sort it out.
Tell my brother that.
Yeah, he's a bit captured.
What's all this?
An accident?
An Inquisition
Oh.
cart.
The rats.
There must be things we can salvage from inside.
Could you not push
I don't see how
me?
we can get past.
Oh, Amicia, I have something for you. It's a byproduct of Ignifera, Luminosa. You throw it into a pile of rats and... Anyway, you'll see. Here, take it. Saltpeter, alcohol, and leather. Mix them together.
All right.
Wait, I didn't actually make them. Okay.
Throw it at the rats.
Ah.
Interesting.
Lucas, the cart's just full of alchemical material.
Makes sense. The Inquisition.
Oh.
They couldn't have got as far as the macula without reading the alchemical writings. I don't know what they're up to. But whatever it is, these cards will be useful.
We'll do this one, because it's the only one we can upgrade.
That looks a lot better.
Hell yeah. Let's go. It's nice because it gives you shit
Lucky Duck. We
that you
nearly
need.
there.
Finally. We're going to find out at last.
Climb up. I'll help you.
All right. Let's go up the Yucky Duck.
Hugo, it's aqueduct.
Oh, aqueduct. Aqueduct.
Aww.
Melly, where's your brother?
I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
Yeah, he got captured. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Well spotted.
Okay. I have to wait.
Come on, get up there.
Uh-huh.
This game is adorable.
Is that it? There's nothing here. Lucas, don't tell me we've done all this for nothing.
No. Laurentius was smarter than that. It's an alchemist's trick. Gold is born from lead. The door shall only reveal itself to the one who has the key. Something like that.
I prefer use your eyes before using your mouth.
Yeah.
Who's going first?
Nice
Me.
one. Amicia?
Come on then. We've come this far.
That's my girl.
Well, thank you. She found the end to it. Ooh, look at this place.
Wow.
Dude, this place is pretty.
Is that the sea?
No, it's water that's collected underground. Hey, there's a pontoon.
A fucking what?
Use this place.
Never
We're
heard
on the
of
right
it
track.
before.
And the chateau? Where is it?
Well, if you want to know, we'll have to get across first.
Yeah, about that.
Well done.
Could y'all please get out of my way?
A reaction ferry.
A what?
A boat that's propelled by a rope. You pull it by hand.
There's a hand crank.
Melly, I need your help.
Lucas, come and help instead of sleeping.
Yes.
Gotta sleep.
That's because there are a lot of things living in it.
They must be very cold.
Once, Father took us to the lake at Tuv, and I slipped and fell in the water. It was so cold, it made me cry.
Wait,
I would have cried too.
there's something over here.
Your boat awaits.
Yeah, give me a minute. There's supplies, and I want to use it. Or, well, I want to drop them. Okay.
Yes, Hugo, get in.
I hope they can swim. Hold on tight. There you go.
Whoa.
I can't wait for the second game. You know how cute that they're gonna be in the
that's because of the
second
monster.
game? I feel like it's gonna be so
Of
good.
course. The underground lakes are magical. Huge, ancient monsters hide in their depths. And watch out, they're very hungry.
No, they're not. And if there were monsters, we'd see some big bubbles.
You got me.
Mummy used to say that monsters are just those things to...
Just those things to which we have never given a name. She told me that too.
I would quite like to see a monster, actually.
You know, it's cute because they never actually were together. Like, they never talked much
but it's someone
until
else's turn now.
this happened.
There are no monsters here, but there might be a whale.
A whale is big, you know.
Yes, but a little one.
Why not? A shy whale that doesn't want to show itself.
It's shy because it's small, but I'm sure it's pretty.
Over to you.
We're coming.
Oh, this game. So much.
It's all right. You can let go.
Okay, hold on.
Alright? Yeah, fine. I just don't like water much, that's all.
Listen, I'm sorry I lied to you. I thought that Amicia and Hugo might die, and I was scared.
Forget it. It's all behind us now. But anything that takes my fancy at the castle is mine, alright?
Fair enough.
Oh, the castle. What? We're to go into a
Things for
castle?
grown-up ears. Alright, let's keep going.
Things for grown-up ears. Oh, we are going to a castle. What do you mean the GPU scheduling? I'll be back. I need to feed my cats. Because it's 5 p.m. and that's when I should feed them. So I'm gonna go do that. I will be right back. That chaos of Audrey never failed to. I never thought I would hear the word Kerbusi ever in my life.
swallow me whole.
Bestie, that sounds really kinky.
Champion, what a surprise. Seneschal, dear, introduce me to your delicious friend.
Serendipity, this is Sarah Hawke.
Awkward. So, can we talk about something else now?
I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Look at Jarl Thickens over here. Do you think he would have an OnlyFans for this bod? You know? Oh. Mr. Jarl Thickens over here. Look at this man. Look at him.
Damn, boy, he's thick! Boy, that's a thick-ass boy!
Look at them. Look. Hey, stop moving. What? Stop moving! I
don't give a fuck.
Ball, stop! Anyways, if he fucking turns around one more time! Stop! Look at him. He is sexy. That's what I was trying to do, but he kept turning around and it was very rude. I found a fucking pickle. I found a pickle song. Hold on. It's so stupid.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, papa, pickle, 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 papa, pickle, 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 papa. Is this gonna be the theme of this stream? A fucking pickle. I think you need some pickles to make you feel better.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
pickle, pickle, pickle. You're welcome. Did you know that you could, in fact, die? I know, crazy. Ah, I'm about to die. Oh my god, you should die. Also me dies. Oh shit. Oh, by the way, wasn't kidding. Why is that so shiny? Because he's an A. He's Mr. Clean. Humpty Dumpty, I'm gonna crack your fucking egg.
You. Me, Pickle Pea. Me, Bumperum.
Oh, Pea, I'm sorry. Pickle Pea. What does that even mean? I didn't know what it meant.
You.
Me, Pickle Pea.
Pickle Pea. Pickle Pea. Pickle Pea. Pickle Pea.
Pickle Pea, Pickle Pea, Pickle Pea, Pickle Pea. Oh my god, this is so cute. I'm traumatized. I just... why did I eat it? That's the cutest thing ever and I just ate it. I'm sad now. a fucking murderer. I'm a fucking killer.
You can make magic anywhere, Solus. Ever piss it by accident?
No. Wait. No.
What? How would you not remember something like that?
We were all young once.
Wait, does Solus piss magic? Because he said, wait. And he said no. He must piss magic, right? Solus, do you piss magic? Serious question. It's very important. I need answers to that question. Okay, I will be right back. Take care of my character. Okay, I'll be back. Hi. I'm back. Okay. There you go. The magnificent, beautiful chair. Enjoy the chair. Look, I can play from back here. I think we're fine. Chair gameplay, you know? Chair pro gamer. The chair can play the game perfectly fine. Drive. Got the chair. The chair died. I died. I died. Oh, they can shoot you. I forgot how guns work. Why am I getting generous? I turn.
It really is.
Urania?
No, I think good.
I remember you.
Flashback.
It's a trap.
Ah, my little Fenris.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
I'm sorry it came to this, Leto.
No. I will go with you. Lovely.
I'm so sorry. Ah.
End of flashback.
We played in our master's courtyard while Mother worked. You called me.
My game glitched. I already had this like 3 days.
What's wrong? Why are you so...
They were like, nah. Nah, you want him back, right? You want him back? I'll give you this chance, bestie.
I've been looking.
Oh!
Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
I have holy water. It will protect me. What are they doing? Wow, y'all are cowards. I'm just gonna... Yeah. Y'all clearly want the holy water. Sorry, it's mine. You can't have any. Oh. They are now all taking dirt naps. Wait, I think I missed one. What? Sorry, men in my house are yelling. What? I know. What? Ma'am. The one I told you about? Yeah, the graphics setting, Harry. What? Oh, come here. Okay, come here. She's yelling at me. Try recording it as well, Harry. Usually if you record it, you can know if it will run well or not. Because for some reason, recording uses more than streaming. I don't know why. It's stupid. I know this because when I stream, same settings for recording and streaming, but I only get encoding overloaded for any game when I'm recording it, not when I stream it. I don't know why. It's weird. Can you stop yelling at me? It's rude. Yeah. Thoughts, okay? I want some thoughts. I like my overlay. I really do. It's my favorite overlay I've ever made. But okay, miss, thank you for working. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I think I might make it so it's just like a border, so that way I can see more of you can see more of my room and stuff. I think that would be better. And I also might make one that fits my current theme. Because I have a different theme. I'm removing this so you see my cat. Hi. Look at her. She's so pretty. Also, Harry, were you the one that mentioned these not being on? Like, what happened to them? I know someone asked. I gave it batteries. Put batteries in it before my stream. What? She's rude. But yeah, I think I might make a new screen. That's just like, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do for it. Maybe I'll make like a darker theme. Like blue or darker blue and purple. Maybe some white or black. I'm unsure. And add some little effects things. Like stars and hearts. This one though took like fucking 5 hours to make.
I don't know about you, but I am having a blast.
Is it Sabri? Please correct me if I'm wrong. How are you? And my day's doing good. My cat is hanging out with me. It's why I'm not playing the game right now because I just got back from a break. Hey. Can you come up here so people can see you? It's like... Okay. Do you prefer any certain pronouns? I like to ask so that I know and it will help me, because I also like I have the thing, but it doesn't show up in my own chat, which is really annoying. To know pronouns you set them as that. Okay, now she's gone. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. It helps a lot. Okay. You don't have to tell me, so. I'll just put Josh. I'll remember that. Thank you. And welcome on in. How is your day been? Okay. I don't want to jinx it. But today I haven't dropped many frames. Actually, I can't speak English. It hasn't happened for a while. It's ever since I like restarted the router. Like I completely restarted everything. Like fucking unplugged it too. And that fixed it pretty well. Cause you see, I don't have a fucking I don't have the good stuff, the Ethernet. Which I need to use, but I'm broke. So oh yeah. Oh shit, my controller turned off. You know, I envy anyone who does that because I need to work out. So I can't do that. It's even worse because like this chair, I love gaming chairs, but they're so bad for your back. They're horrible for your back. And they encourage you to sit in bad positions. Like how I tend to sit like a shrimp half the time. That's why honestly I should make posture check be like 1. Like a 1 channel point. I got flooded too. Oh yeah. Oh no. Are you enjoying it though?
Ah, closed. Not for long. Make some room.
Oh. You was just gonna fucking kick it open.
It's done.
Oh, it's your first day?
Ugh. There you go. Of course. I hadn't missed them a bit.
What is this place anyway?
It's... No, it can't be. I have to see this from closer up. That pit.
What, Lucas?
Ew.
Defense system. Like a castle.
Yeah.
Like a rat trap. Easy. That hanging brazier can slide the length of the trench.
Lucas!
That one, the other way, and...
Slow down.
I don't like rats. Holly, could you please? Hi. One out. Okay, so I don't think I'll do it. I don't know if I'll do it this week, but I might do it either this week or next week. I need to put up my lights. I've been not doing it, and I need to because I would like my RGB lights. Like, it'll be nice lights that will make my room look nice.
We have to get to the other side.
All right, come on.
Oh, you definitely won't upset me. Definitely not. I'm a lesbian actually. I get those vibes too. I will be honest. Especially because in the beginning, when they first met, she was like, "Are you trying to impress me?" And I was like, "Definitely." Absolutely. Can y'all make out? Please. How did you find me, by the way, Josh, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, okay.
There's a lot of bloody rats.
Did I fuck up?
Do you think we could get that down? Well spotted.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I didn't fuck up.
All right, I'll take care of the door. Cross over, you two.
You can't fault their system. Very efficient.
Perfect. Let's go.
I love Hugo.
I'll go first.
Of course.
Oh, thank you. I really enjoy this game. I played this game in 2 years. And I was like, I'm gonna play it because the second game comes out next month and I've been meaning to play it again. And it's basically like a new experience because I basically
Maybe
forgot
it's
half the
rat
game.
one. I just hope there are no rats behind it.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny? There
Melly,
at the moment I've been playing 2 games where there's an Inquisition and I think that's kind of funny. Ooh, a castle! Look at that.
Chateau d'Ambrage. It's amazing.
I had a moment of doubt, but that's the sort of alchemist legend I like. Come on, let's take a closer look.
Dude, look at that castle. I enjoy a lot of medieval games, fantasy, all of that. I enjoy those type of games the most.
Over to you, Melly.
Yes.
It's probably why I enjoy this a lot.
It's all good.
Yeah, that is true.
Is that supposed to be the miracle remedy they talk about?
It doesn't smell very good.
A good remedy is a remedy that stinks.
You're not wrong.
A good one stinks.
Rats! I don't see how.
Whoa! Did you see that?
The lightning bolt. They're afraid of lightning. Let's try it.
Are you kidding?
I'm absolutely serious. I'm gonna wait. Okay.
No! Run! This is crazy!
This is crazy!
Never again! Come on, come on!
A building. Unbelievable. We must live here.
We're very high up.
Don't worry, Hugo.
It's far away.
Too far to get there in one go. That should help.
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Go. Hurry.
Come on, we're gonna make it.
Just in case, you know.
I'll give you a hand.
Right.
Is everyone all right? Did we make it? Really?
I remember the castle being kind of like a stronghold for them. That's what I remember.
Let's get in. Come on.
Oh yeah. I actually find that very interesting.
Incredible.
I remember I would watch so many like movies and stuff and like look up history of medieval stuff.
It looks like it's dry.
Like the stuff from the medieval times because I was so interested in it. I still
There
am.
has to be another way to get through.
But I was very intrigued by it all. How do we... Oh.
Can you do it? Yes. This thing's really old. Oh, there was something alive in it. It's open.
Ew, what? Was there a rat too? I mean, obviously it's not, but that is nasty, bro.
They all decided to meet here, it seems.
Oh, shit.
So we can get the rats to move.
Lucas, Hugo, stay out of the rain. We'll open up a path to the tower.
All right. Come, Hugo.
Dude, it actually rains now.
Get them out of the way.
It'd be interesting if it rained, it would like make it so the fire went out.
Come on. The siege of Chateau d'Ombrage. 2 girls versus thousands of rats. This battle will go down in history.
Look, they're moving. We should be able to reach the central section now.
Yes, that's a good first step.
I'll let you go first.
Yeah.
Rats are your thing.
Rats are your thing? Wow. There's another one down here.
Go on, I'm with you. Great, I feel better already.
Literally, can they please make out? Like, I'm sorry, but please.
I'm going to need Melly to push that.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, look at that!
Oh, yeah, we're pushing them in, right? Yeah.
I guess that's what the pit's for.
Pushing them in the pit.
Melly, can you get to me?
I'm coming. Can't wait to get up there.
The brazier's
Look
coming
at
back
them.
by itself.
Swarming like nobles at the king's court.
But it's our castle.
Love them.
Those ones have to be driven into the pit too. And of course, they're on the wrong side of the brazier.
Great.
I'm gonna have to go down and see what's there.
All right. I'll cover you with the brazier.
I'm putting my life in your hands, you know.
All in a day's work, milady. Whenever you're ready.
Oh my god, that's horrible, dude.
Can you take care of it?
Understood. Wow.
Ah!
It could do with a bit of grease.
Would you rather be down here?
I'm fine. I'm just warming up.
I'm just warming up.
What do you see?
More braziers. I can get up on the ramparts.
Go on then.
Oh no, not over there.
We're going
Let
to
me.
make it. Hugo will be safe. We'll
Can
all be
I?
safe.
Where even are they? Like, where are they? I'm just saying, I don't see them. Yeah, I know that like the plague was a really dark time. And not good. A lot of people died. Okay.
Melly,
Now do we use
cleared
this?
The outer area. They're coming your way.
All right. There are so many of them. We'll never clear a path that way.
Right, we need to clear the whole courtyard.
Let's get on with it then. I'm already soaked anyway.
Already soaked. Reminds me of something I did in Dragon Age Origins. It was so horrible. So I've been doing an Eve playthrough of Dragon Age, and in the first game, I left a child to die in the Deep Roads.
I have to get back to the ladder.
Which is a place where if you go there, you die. And even an infant there, pretty fucked
There are
up.
still rats down there. I'm going to need the brazier. All right, here we go again. Have you done it? Yes. Are you all right, Hugo?
I'm fine, but I hear you shouting.
Don't worry, the storm will drown out our voices. Soon we'll all get to see the tower.
My favorite part is that us lesbians are doing this. The power of lesbians, you know? What the fuck was that? Oh yeah.
That's a bit better.
Yeah, don't break TOS. That would not be good.
The bridge. We'd better lower it.
Oh, there's so many fucking rats. Ugh. Disgusting.
And so, Misia the Amazon and Melly the Stealthy conquered the Chateau d'Ombrage.
You've read too many books. Come on. We still have to clean up the area down there. We're going to need a brazier from the ramparts. I'll cover you with this one.
All right, I'm going down.
I'm confused. Wait. I'm confused. Where am I going? This one?
What is it?
Nothing. It's just a crappy old lever.
Melly, you always know the right thing to say.
It's going to be all right. It's your castle. You have a connection.
Our castle. Imagine, we could all live here together.
I'm more of a cellar girl, you know.
How am I going to get up there?
Hey, Misia, that's a little gay. I will be honest. That's a bit fruity.
Very funny.
And I love it. Thanks. Goodbye. Oh, do I have to push away now? Through here? Puzzles make me think hard.
That's brought chaos over here. I'm going to need you.
I'm coming.
That's fine.
Here we go again.
This is how you conquer a castle.
This is how you get sick.
No, not
This
in
is
my
how
version of the
you
story.
get sick. I mean, she's not wrong. That is how you get sick. Great thing, I can just climb. Wait, can I climb? Game? Oh! Okay, I see. Shit.
Come on, we're almost fucking there.
And with these noble words, they readied themselves to recover what was rightfully theirs. A home.
Stop it.
A
Come on, I'm sure
home.
there's a cellar for you here somewhere.
Amicia, it's not that simple. You don't know me.
All right, I understand.
May not know you, but I definitely want to make out with you. I mean, what?
No.
Who said that? Who said that? Not me.
Come on, back off, you bastards. Retreat before Amicia the Amazon and Melly the Fury.
What? Melly the Fury?
I told you you didn't know me.
Oh my gosh. That's hot.
We did it. We pushed them back.
Oh, look at them.
Yes, Laurentius was right.
To celebrate our victory, would you mind if we get out of the rain, please?
Out of the rain!
To the tower!
Yes. Come over to the fire and warm up.
It's huge.
Wait, am I already almost done with the
have
game?
time
Because
to
isn't this
explore
like the middle
tomorrow.
of the game?
This is our home
The
now.
castle? Or close to the end? Oh, our home. I love how that's the title of the chapter. Hell yeah. Oh, that's pretty. Oh my god.
Dream.
Wait, did you?
Are you awake already?
He has cracks on his.
Lots
Oh,
of things. Come and see. You really like
look at
them.
his face. He has cracks all over his face. Oh
What's that
no.
It's Lucas. Follow me. You'll see.
Right. This will wake me up. Hopefully.
Yeah, give me a minute. He has cracks on his face. That's not good. The thingy is getting worse. Fuck. Reducing time. Okay, we'll do this one.
Not bad. Not bad at all. We'll have to patch up these straw mattresses.
Okay. Wait. Let's go. He's adorable.
Lucas!
Oh, there you are.
Sleep well?
Not a wink. This laboratory's in bad shape, but it inspired me. I'm on the brink of completing the great work, and you can help me.
Oh, yes. What do we have to do?
Amicia, I need the file from the left-hand table.
All right.
The what?
Honey, what can I do?
We need light for the last step. Hugo, go get a candle.
I can do that.
A candle. I love how he wants to help. It's so cute. Aww. I think I might edit this part tomorrow. Or not this part, I meant the first part, because I usually upload on YouTube and I haven't edited this game yet.
Alchemist lived here. Maybe Laurentius too. Here, anything else?
Yes. A concentrated laurel sap. It's just behind me.
I'll get it.
What's a great work? Can I eat it?
It is the elixir that
Oh,
will illuminate
you know
the
what it looks like?
A beacon for the bearer of the
It
macula.
looks like fucking.
to me during the
It looks like jelly.
Here. Good. So, the angel's tear.
Or jam.
Pinnacle of alchemy.
Whatever one we want to use.
Wow, the great work.
It wasn't supposed to do that.
It doesn't matter, Lucas. Perhaps we should let you rest, right, Hugo?
Well done, Lucas. You're a sorcerer.
Ah!
Come on.
I'm coming.
Oh, cute, dude. Adorable.
By the way, have you seen Melly?
No?
Maybe she's already gone.
Oh no, I wanted to say goodbye to her.
Wow.
I like her.
This castle must have been empty for centuries.
I find her hot.
Wow.
Come on, Amicia, let's both do it.
Having fun, are you? I'm sure the Inquisition are too.
Melly, we thought you'd gone.
Come on. We need to talk.
Oh? About what?
What's the matter?
This castle is a ruin. And that's exactly what you need. Whoever built this place really didn't want to be fucked with. Be good and you'll be fine.
So, you're going to find Arthur? If I can help...
He's my problem. You heard what I heard. Those Inquisition dogs took him to the Bastion. I know where to look. I'll find him.
Amicia, look!
Listen. With Hugo, it doesn't look easy, but believe me, it's worth it. He will save you. They always end up saving us. Even if, you know, brothers. Sometimes you just want to kill them.
The symbol is Amicia.
I believe you. Anyway, don't leave without saying goodbye.
As if that was my style.
Amicia, please come.
Yes, Hugo. What did you find?
I really like her.
What drawing?
The one in the dining room. I'll show you. Come on.
I'm following you.
What? Hold on. Ooh, what's this?
An alchemist's crucible. Lucas will be happy.
Look, it's the same symbols.
You're right.
Oh!
Alchemist's coat of arms, maybe?
Have you seen the tree?
The tree?
Come on, over here.
A tree.
Come back. Where are you going?
You found new friends.
Yes.
But some butterflies. She's putting her talisman on there.
Amicia?
Ah!
I'm sorry. I'm sick.
No, no, no.
Oh. Look at the cracks on his neck. It's growing.
Listen, we are going to find a way to cure you. And there's
He's
Lucas
gonna
and Melly now,
die.
you know?
Lucas, come see the butterflies.
Looks like someone's having a good time.
It's getting bigger.
Yes. The macula is spreading through his blood.
Oh
The
no.
books say there are several thresholds in the process, and at each threshold, the carrier may be lost.
How much time do we have?
Very little. Hugo is nearing the first threshold. My master and your mother were trying to slow the process down.
But how? What were they doing?
They were working on a very complex elixir that would allow him time to prepare.
And do you know how to do it?
I don't have their knowledge, but their work was inspired by a forbidden book, the Sanguinis Itinera.
So perhaps with the book?
I'm afraid not. The Sanguinis Itinera is dangerous. It is sealed together with other works in the university basement. Just getting there would be near
We
impossible.
need to do that
Suicidal.
then.
Normally, yes. But if we take advantage of the current chaos, we might have a chance.
I know the place. It's in town not far from where they keep my brother. If you're ready to take that risk, I can help you get in.
Thank you.
Oh, they're gonna go together.
I'll get my belongings together. Meet me inside when you want to leave.
In that case, you'll need some equipment. I'll get it ready.
Hugo, I'm really sorry. I need to leave.
Don't worry, I'll stay with Lucas.
Good. I'll be back soon.
Aww. So we're actually not gonna go with him for one.
We've got a lot of work to do. Oh, yes. The things we found. This will stop us losing them in all the mess.
Oh, so we have like a shelf with all of all the gifts and things that we have found.
At last. All right, come on.
Here. And one last thing. Laurentius told me once that there are roses scattered along the path to the book. So keep your eyes open.
Roses.
Oh.
All right, we will.
Roses. Interesting.
The first rule of survival is hidden between the legs.
Wouldn't the head be quicker?
You're way too soft. Shh, there are the town ramparts.
Oh, dirty minded, I'm sorry. Yeah. My favorite. You know, gotta choose between eating someone out through the the legs or the head. Welcome back, man.
What's that crowd on the bridge? It's the townsfolk. They're being evacuated. Let me guess. The bite's here.
Exactly. And where there's the bite, you'll also find
the Inquisition.
Aren't you the smart one?
No.
Did you know him?
A thief. I used to work with him. He was gifted.
Aww.
So that's the punishment for stealing. Death.
I don't want to find Arthur with that kind of collar.
Come on. Let's go.
We will find him with that kind of collar. At least I hope not.
Over to you, Melly.
All right.
We're not too gifted.
Then I'll go take care of Arthur.
Yeah, you got captured, so
where will I
obviously
find
no.
the university?
It's the big building at the other end. You can't miss it.
Do you think we'll see each other again?
I hope so. You owe me. Shit. That means you're not allowed to die.
I'll do my best.
There you go. Go on. Get going.
We found a castle, and now we're adventuring just me and her. You know, the lesbian the lesbian duo. But now she left me, so now it's just me. Cringe.
Those bastards. What are they doing?
Sucking. Wink. That's what they're doing.
Wow. Over there. That must be the university. All that light. I don't like this.
A lot of light. Time to get killed.
Right.
Woo.
It's a way of...
And my favorite hobby. Dying.
Here we go.
It's what I do best, actually. It's my only skill.
Hey, you in there. This is your last warning before we drag you out on your arse.
All right then. We're just getting our stuff together. Elsa, leave those plates and gather up some warm clothes.
Bloody bourgeois.
Uh-huh. Fuck you, by the way. I hope you die. But I don't want to get myself killed, thank you, so I'm not gonna risk it. I think we'll do this part, the university, and then we'll end depending how long it takes, because we've been streaming for 4 hours, so I have 1 more hour left.
Last call. By order of the Grand Inquisitor.
Oh look! Right!
The law is enforced, and the city under the control of the Inquisition.
You wanna watch a funny trick? Whoa! There we go. Wait, did I just fuck myself? I think I fucked up. But oh wait, no, never mind, we're good. I got worried because I was like, shit. I'm fine. He, on the other hand, not so much. He's a tad bit dead. He's in the ground. Oh, perfect!
All these rats round your feet. You wanna
Hi. You know, I am very good at murder. I'm great at it, actually.
How are we gonna move all this stuff?
Holly, the last call. I told you we wouldn't have time.
Oh no.
What about that things?
You saw what they do to people. We have to leave. If the Inquisition takes us.
Oh. Well, they're fucked.
Is everywhere like this?
I will be honest, Amicia, I think so. Every single time we go anywhere, it's like this, so... I played it with keyboard and mouse. It's really up to you. I didn't find it too difficult. I know when I played Inquisition for the first time, I was very confused by the controls and everything, but I eventually got used to it, and it's kind of similar to Dragon Age 2.
I don't know where I am.
If that makes sense. Oh, look, a chicken!
Stay put and keep quiet.
What's going on?
No! He's my husband!
He was your husband. It's all over
Aww.
for him now, so get lost.
Not by myself. I can't leave without him.
Shut up! You heard of martial law?
Oh.
Wanna die before he does?
Oh my goodness.
And contagious.
Oh,
Get
God.
out of here. Listen to him.
Ah!
No.
Yeah, okay, so Inquisition does. That one doesn't.
Sorry.
Oh. You aren't supposed to hug the rat, but they look cuddly.
Where's the hanged man?
Oh no.
Oh, that was the noise. Those fucking rats are there already to eat him. Has to be
They've all been executed.
Oh my fucking god.
Why? Why did you do that? He was a good boy.
Your son is here because he disobeyed orders.
He was scared and ran away.
How are you enjoying Dragon Age 2, by the way?
That's enough. You see all these bodies?
What? You did choose Warrior, right?
Better than them rats.
What I like about that game, so if you play as a mage, you get a different character. Like you have a sibling.
Everything's gone too shit.
If you play as a mage, you get the guy. If you play as one of the others, you get the girl.
Stuck. Perhaps if I pass under the gallows. Too many rats under there. I can't get through without distracting them.
Ew.
Right. Stay calm. Think of Hugo. This is
That is nasty. I'll tell you what that noise was. Your death. Oh, great. I have to go under there, don't I? Yeah. Hold on, I can't. Oh, that makes sense.
What's that under my... Oh. Oh. Sticky.
I must stay true to my... I must stay true to my faith. Remember the scriptures.
Nasty. I don't know where I am. Oh. Okay. Look, he deserved it. He very much deserves that. Just say.
I made it.
Ah, yes, my favorite smell. Rat. Truly, it's the best smell you could ever smell in your life.
University. See? Keep going.
The best kind.
It's on the way. I really don't want to go through there.
Ew.
The Inquisition must have put it here. Looks like it pivots. Huh, clever. The Grand Inquisitor doesn't do things by halves.
No, that's not what I pressed. Or meant to put that, yeah.
No.
Why did you say that? Is that, oh no. I don't know why. There are more tools up here.
Must have something worthwhile. Everyone's got a bit of treasure.
Come on, Amicia. Do something. Come on.
What do you mean? I'm not gonna, cause I'm gonna go back down.
I need to get rid of him.
We'll do that in a minute. Gosh. Patient.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
She's like, ah, I gotta get rid of him right now. Bro, I gotta do something. God. Oh.
What? Hey! What the hell?
Gotta teach you.
Well, he's dead. He's just a bit dead. Just a tiny bit dead.
Let's get out of here.
Oh no.
Magister, the Episanguis.
The fucking what?
Let's see.
Ew, why does he look like that?
Perfect.
If I may be so bold, we know it comes from those rats, but what's it for?
Oh!
It's odorous.
Whoa.
Oh. That is just one of the effects of the Episanguis, when we mix it with sulfur. But that's not what we are interested in.
So why don't we let our units use it, eh? It could...
It is too precious. Each Episanguis crystal must be kept for our project.
I'm gonna take all of it.
In this form, it has been the source of some, how should I say, regrettable accidents. Deliver it to the Bastion. That is enough for today.
Well, like
regrettable accidents.
Imagine you spill some on your feet. You'd
Yeah.
have to do your patrol on your ass.
I was about to say, if you get someone on your feet and there's a bunch of fucking rats nearby, you're fucked.
What's that? I need to see this. Ekon.
Cause I'll kill you.
It's just a cemetery.
Ew.
Wow. So this is Episanguis. Right. Episanguis and sulfur. We have to crush them up together.
Oh, okay.
You just try it out. Lucas, this one's for you. It's working. This will save my life. I need to find
I'm
it.
watching this now.
Doesn't last long.
It probably smells like dead shit, dude. I don't want to go near that, dude. Ugh. That is go right. Goodbye.
It's locked. Over there. It looks like the exit. Come on. It's not that far. Over there. It looks like the exit. Come on. It's not that far.
I'm fucking dead. Do I have to go up there?
The ground has collapsed. I need to find something to hoist myself up.
I'm smart. Big brain.
A cart. If I can get it down there, I could climb on it.
Wait, I have an idea. Okay, ready? What's this pro gamer?
Odorous won't keep them in there for long. I need to block them once and for all.
Uh-huh. What that? Yes. I was like, wait. What if? Because if I do that, then I won't have issues with this. Yeah, hold on. I want to see if there's something over here.
Oh, as if this place wasn't sinister enough.
Is that bad? What? 10,000 IQ. Big brain. Just block them. Make it so your life won't be difficult. Easy.
Oh no! That was very discreet. Right.
No. Amicia, I honestly, that was literally so discreet. I don't know what you're talking about. That made no noise. That honestly, that was a silent. That was the silentest thing you have ever done in your life. Super quiet, you know?
My God, what happened here?
Oh.
I'm getting closer.
What happened is people died. Ew.
Oh Lord, the sick. They've slaughtered them.
The rats! They've unleashed the rats! Help me!
I can't. I'm sorry.
What do you mean they unleashed the rats?
Believe it. They used the rats against the sick.
Ew. That's nasty.
Beasts. What have you got to say that's so important, screeching the whole time?
Odoris, I could try.
They'll give you a reason to yell once you're in the
Oh, I
bastion.
have an idea.
Why? It's too late for you. Call it mercy. But don't worry. All the others will soon be saved.
Hey!
And you will die.
They'll all end up on the other side. We can't patrol there anymore because it fucking stinks.
Well,
Cause it
you're lucky you can still
fucking
smell something.
stinks. Yeah. And you die.
Chin up.
Fuck your stupid ass shield. You die. Death, way better. I just realized I probably could have made that easier for myself. Hi, Jackie. Yeah. I've been trying to wear new things.
Mars Snazzy Jam just resubscribed for 3 months. Hello,
3
smile.
months. Thank you for your 3-month resub. How are you? Enjoy your emotes. I added a new Kirby emote. It's really cute. Where?
Why are they still here? The Episanguis cages. This is not just an evacuation.
I'm good. You were great, thank you. I need to get over there. I will be honest. I'm probably gonna die. Hey, let's run through. No, yeah, no. I was like, hey, let's run through the rocks. Bad idea, by the way.
Call it mercy.
Cringe.
Don't worry. All the
Hey, stop chucking them in the water. They'll all end up on the other side.
That sound came from over there, didn't it?
Hey Harry, can we get a shout out for Jackie? I don't know if Harry's still here.
There's nothing here.
He's having PC problems. Shit. Wait.
I could lure the rats away from the bridge.
Yeah, but I don't know how to do that. Oh, right. I'm fucking stupid. Sorry. Duh. Oh, fuck.
The guard. I must make him move away from the light.
I need to see this.
Why are they still here? The Episanguis cages. This is not just an evacuation.
Passing it on from one sick bloke to...
I don't have a stream deck, so I have to do it myself. I want to get one, just a really fucking expensive, and I'm saving money. Ooh, House of Forest. I played a bit of that game. Of course. You deserve it. It was fun. Oh. Let's not talk about that.
But I am having a
Let's
blast.
not talk about that. I forgot to remove the announce. I thought I was using one thing. Cringe. Hey Septum, thank you for the follow. How are you? And what would you like me to talk? Or what would you like me to tell you? I am too. I'm excited for it to come out.
Stop crying. I don't want to hear another peep out of you. Nothing.
What? Oh, fuck! 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 My bad! Anyways. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about what I just did. Yeah, that didn't happen. Nope. Never happened. Don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, hi! Did you recommend my stream? I appreciate that. What the fuck? Ooh. Are there stuff? I'm gonna die. Okay, no, they're gone.
It's one of those alchemist carts.
Oh!
There must be something useful in it.
Hot. Hot. Okay. Let's go. I don't have a thing though, but I got some ingredients. Look, they're still eating him. You know, he must be really sour. Hi, Zeta. It's nice to meet you. Wait. What? I'm confused. I realized I could have done that a completely different way, but I like violence. Hi.
You there? I'm burning up inside. Tell me what to do.
I don't know.
What?
Oh.
Oh no, don't drink that. Oh, this is a nightmare.
For the dad.
Be brave. The university must be close.
And he just tried to drink that disgusting water. Ew. Horrible time to dab. I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly that was the best time to dab. Oh shit.
Alice, the butcher who killed my father works for you. His blood is on your hands too.
Ew. Dab for sadness, I agree. Oh, I hated this. I hate this. Hold on. It was good about me not streaming on TikTok. I can actually use my phone. Cause I was like, I keep being like, oh yeah, I want to stream on TikTok, but then whenever I do, I get so fucking, I get anxious. And so I don't. Okay. 5 minutes. Thank you for doing the Luna Love glasses, Daddy. I appreciate you a lot. The best part about these glasses, can't see shit. Wait, why did I do that? Stop. Why did I just do that? I was like, oh yeah. I know, this is gonna be literally so smart. And there's no rats. So that was so fucking pointless. Oh, but I can add rat. That's the best part. What the fuck? Jeffrey Bezos. Jeffrey Bezos. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. I should turn that up. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it.
Zeta Septim gifted sadistic subscriber a sub. Zeta Septim gifted a tier 1 sub to sadistic subscriber.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub to sadistic. Why did you do that? You did not have to do that. I appreciate you a lot. Hype and shot. Can't see shit, by the way. How does one see? Because I can't. Let's try this again. Yeah. Uh-huh. Fuck! You shitting my dick? Are you shitting my dick? I'm gonna die. You know, sometimes you have to make someone take a nap. But thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub. Makes me happy. I appreciate it a lot. Y'all should hydrate, by the way. Y'all should get some water. Hydrate. Can I? No. Hell yeah. You're hydrating? Good. Oh, the turn tape. Shit. You know, I could completely do this a different way where I don't kill them, but killing them is better for me. Murder? Way more fun.
Yes, finally.
Oh shit. Isn't there another way in?
What on earth are they doing here?
Thought I was going to thump one of those alchemists.
Simmer down. They're a bit hoity-toity, but at least they know how to read.
That doesn't
I'm
give
sorry,
them the right
you want
act like
to
assholes.
fucking what?
Anyway, one of them said Vitalis isn't doing so well.
We knew it
Did
was
they
coming.
just say they
We'll
want
have
to
to pray for
thump them? I mean, you know, go off, I guess. Also, I 100% think that, Millie and Amicia 100% want to make out, but they don't want to admit it. I'm sorry, but it's true. Where's the lie? There is none. The Way of Roses. I need to add an end screen again because I had one, but then I removed it because I didn't use it ever.
The university. Right, the book. Remember Lucas said in the basement, the path is strewn with roses. Roses. Wherever will I find roses here?
You look for roses, that's how. It's almost 5 hours though, so I don't want to start this because I know it's gonna be very long and end up taking me like an hour. So I'm not gonna do this. I think I'll save this for a different day. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna find someone to raid. I don't know who's live. Oh shit. The first part's when I have it on the wrong scene. My bad. Also, I fucking love your emos. They're so cute. They're adorable. Yeah. I was, you know, it's funny because, like, I'm already basically almost done with the game, and I, started it last stream, only playing for, like, 2 hours of it, though. And then we're already almost done. It's really a fun game. I'm excited to play more of it. I don't know when I'll play more of it, though. Because on Wednesday, I'm gonna play some Dragon Age. Also, I didn't answer your question. How does the Dragon Inquisition Evil playthrough? I never answered that. It's actually really fun. Solus is a bitch though and hates me. It's rude. Cause I want him to like me so I get his quest, but he doesn't want to like me, and it's very offensive. I just want his quest! So I can kill his friend. Very offensive. Yeah. Oh god, hold on. There's something I need to show y'all. Cause it was so fucking cursed. I hate it. I sent it to one of my friends. It was so cursed. I hate this. Here. Bro, I forgot a sunscreen. You're right. You're right. No. You're right. You're completely correct. So You know, I found this on this on Pinterest yesterday. If someone has a YouTube video for that, I will fucking watch it. Wait, hold on. I need to search this up. I need to look this shit up. Does someone Dragon Age Inquisition No, cause I wanna watch that. Someone fucking has a fucking video. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna watch this when I react to every single fucking romance. Because I plan on doing that at some point. After I beat Inquisition, I'm gonna watch every single Dragon Age romance. Oh, where can I join? Because I hate him. Sorry, that was rude. But it's true, I don't really like I remember watching one where it was like Cursed Inquisitor. And it was very fucking cursed. Oh look, it's me. Look at Inquisition shit, I see myself. I'm like, oh hi. I don't know why I can't find it. Dragon Age subreddit. Dude. You know, there's one person I would love to fucking raid them one day, but they're playing a game I haven't played yet, so I don't want to spoil myself. Because they're always playing Mass Effect, I haven't played it yet, so I don't want to raid them or go to their or watch them at all, because I haven't fucking played the game yet. So I don't want to spoil myself. It's like, I don't know who to raid. Well, okay, maybe we'll raid Moose. Cause I know he'll treat y'all well. Oh yeah, I'm definitely romancing aliens. I know that's for a fact. I will romance aliens. I saw them and I saw how fucking sexy they are. And romancing them. Thanks. Okay. I'm gonna end. I uploaded a Dragon Age video today, and I uploaded a The Witcher 2 video the other day if you all want to watch that. I've been uploading The Witcher 2. And it's really fun. I need to record another video actually. Maybe I'll do that later. Yeah, of course. I will be live again on Wednesday, playing some Dragon Age Inquisition at 2 p.m. EST to 7 p.m. So yeah. Yeah, thank you. Also, I did a few streams back, I fixed Dragon Age because it was very laggy, if you didn't notice. It was unbearable. I know this because I was editing it and I was like, ugh. This is not fun to watch. It's because I have mods and my CPU sucks. That's the only reason it's like that. I'm currently saving for a new CPU though. So what did you do, Harry? Yeah. Did it fix it? Told you, Harry. I told you that's how you fix a lot of things. I have to run Inquisition on high performance. I run Dark Souls on high performance as well. It helps. Let me see. Also, I know I do. Okay, I want some opinions. Well, I don't know. See, I wish I had 500 followers on or subs on YouTube, because if I had 500, I could do community polls and it would make my life so much fucking easier. Because I hate that you have to have 500 fucking subs on YouTube just to do a stupid ass poll. It's stupid. Because I want to ask my subs on there, I'd be like, hey. Yeah, because you know those community posts where people post photos on themselves with stuff saying that they're live on Twitch, or like polls or like anything? You have to have 500 subs on YouTube to post those. It's stupid. I just hit 300. Which just makes me like... That was 1K? No, that's partner. Or not partner, but that's, well, I guess kind of partner. 1K is how you get paid. You need 1K. Yeah. To get paid, you need 1K and a certain amount of hours watched. So you need half of 1K basically to post them, which when I do hit that much, I'm gonna be really happy because then I can post stuff and ask. So oh my god. What was I looking for? Gonna go to increase. YouTube's trash. This is fucked. You know what's even worse? I have a... Okay, let me tell you how many hours people have watched on my channel. It's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I've had 42,000 views and 647 watch time. However, what's stupid about it, most of that is YouTube Shorts, and so it doesn't count. It's stupid. Welcome back, Khan. I'm about to raid. I am almost done with the game. Sort of. We probably have a few more hours soon. Because we're at the roses section. We're at to find a book. Honestly, I don't get it. I think that YouTube Shorts should 100% count, but they don't. It's dumb. Especially because a lot of people have their entire there are people out there who their entire channel is just shorts, and then they can't get paid by YouTube because of it. Because they could get all the requirements but one. It's dumb. Okay. I'm gonna play Inquisition on Wednesday. Truly though, Twitch isn't gonna go anywhere. And I'm never gonna stream on YouTube. I tried that one time and I hated it. Never doing that, ever. So I'll stick with Twitch. Okay. Oh yeah, I did set it so okay, I was worried if I didn't have it so Saturday would be Plague Tale. It is Plague Tale, so we'll be playing that. You prefer Mixer? Ah, yes, Mixer. The 10 platform. Literally, it's yeah. Okay, put in okay. I'm gonna make a command literally right after my stream. To make it so it's just gonna be raid, and it'll put in both of my commands, sub raid and normal raid, because I think that would be great. He did what I told him to do. Put his game in high performance. I always raid him, but he's fun, and he's always the only one I like who's alive. Oh shit. I accidentally pressed on someone else. Whoops. My bad. Whoops. Shit. Watch break the next day. Okay. Copy and paste the commands. We're gonna raid a friend of mine. Moose. He's fun. Alright. Copy and paste the second one. He was like, shit. What the fuck, Harry? Did you just fucking suck? Hold on. Fixing this.
Simply Harry just resubscribed for 6 months. Hi, okay, see you later, Rexo.
Rexo. Okay, thank you for the sub. 6 months. Hot. Okay, let me actually cancel that. Just so I could say thank you. And I'll redo it. So he liked her pussy. Sexy. 6 months. Yeah. Can't believe it's been 6 months already. Hot. Thank you for subbing for 6 months, Harry. What the fuck? I think my sub for you is about to run out, actually. Should probably fix it. Wow, God. Says the one who's been here for like 3 years. Shut the fuck up. I'll fight you. Not that. Uh-huh. Yeah. Almost 3 years. Fight me. Okay. I'm gonna remake the raid. If you join the raid, you get share the points which you can use to make you can use for stuff like Hydrate, ASMR, Luna Love glasses, and shit. It's raid 1, raid 2. There we go. Yeah. 1v1 her. You fucking spelled pickle wrong. I can't die. It's even better because it uses the fucking emo. I don't know where Buttspot is. Did Buttspot dead? Oh wow. Okay. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna be live again on Wednesday at 2 p.m. EST playing Dragon Age if you're interested. I will see you there.